Hey everyone. Time to do the usual get started shenanigans. Feel free to skip ahead a few minutes if you're watching this in the future for some reason. Maybe because of secret lore that you're trying to discover for some YouTube video because my game did really well. In which case, greetings. I have a hard time not saying secret lore, so feel free to look through all the stuff like that. Feel free to skip ahead a few minutes if you're watching this in the future for some... Apparently also my Twitch was ready to go. Am I ready to go? I mean, it wasn't muted. Happens. I went live way earlier today because of reasons. I'll let you know what those reasons are later. I figure out what they are. I hate that I have to get the YouTube link to a different one every time. It's just annoying. But that's how it works on YouTube. Not much I can do about that. Be sad, I guess. That's fair. It's not wrong. Certain everything works. What if anyone want to watch this early in the day? I mean, I just want to work on the game. I just was like, I might as well stream. I could wait until I feel like good, but I never feel good, so I don't care. Just, whatever. At some point, it's just hard to care. Like, cool, but eh. Oh. Founder gave me a shout. Well, thanks, Founder. Not sure if that's just an automatic thing or if you're actually watching, but if you are, thanks. If you're not, well, thanks, but you know, you probably won't hear that, but still, thanks. I have to continue with my level system today. But I was not set up. I just decided to turn the camera on, then I realized I should probably set up. Today I'm just going balls to the wall with the other music that I paid for to use to see what I get copyright claimed on. So I just put different music on. Dumb as it is, what can you do, you know? Look at these tracks, not too bad. Ooh. I like this one so far. It has enough of a feel that I could see it, you know? So I'm gonna keep a copy of it somewhere else so I remember that I like it. Not very long, but to be fair, most tracks aren't very long. Oh, it's still going. It's like 2 minutes long. Not bad. For an endless looping track, that's kind of about what I expect. To be 100% honest. No, I still haven't decided if I'm just going to use AI tracks or not. I have a bunch of music already, so it's an extra expense, and extra expenses are not something I typically want to do in this game. I don't exactly have a lot of funds, so it's whatever gets the job done for the least amount of money is usually the way it goes. Because, you know, I mean, I got essentially nothing to spend on this. Like, if I spend another $200-300 over the course of the game's development, that would be like basically all I'm probably ever going to spend. Unless I make a bunch of money streaming on it, then I'll talk. But as it is now, something like that, actually. Yeah, something like that. Everything should be a setup. Lots of things set up. Just about. What's the right one? Alright. Be watching. Monitoring my own stream, everything important. Alright, so all I really did off stream was I got the selector thing working. Because they weren't showing up. And I didn't notice it first. It's the same code as every other little tarot thing. I just had to change those out. I realize I've kind of screwed some stuff up too by this new level system, but it just means that I'll give certain tarot cards out really late in the game, like I was going to do initially, and they're going to have less abilities. Which is fine because, you know, I'll be giving like the lovers out way later in the game, and that is... I had ability choices set up for it, but they're the hard one to make interesting. I was also thinking about the Death Tarot near the end, but then that just means I can make them really powerful too. Like, I don't have to make them crap. But yeah, I just fixed those there, the quick selector. And that's it. That's all I did. And even then, the quick selector sometimes doesn't work right. So, that's okay. And then I'll have the print string somewhere in here. Oh, it's probably on the tarot cards. I still gotta make the map better too. I think I'm just gonna have an image under it and just gonna remove squares. Maybe I color them in, maybe not, but maybe I just have an image that shows up if there's something in that area. We'll have to see how it works because it's just really poorly set up for how this is. It's possible... God, I could have smaller squares and then just have squares that represent the walls. And you could never collect them. Not a bad idea either. Whatever the case. That's not right now. That's a future me problem. And we know future me's are great and all, but... That's what this once was. Future me has other things to work on. I need the HUD as well. I closed everything because I wanted to record stuff, and the speed is much lower if you have anything open. And now I gotta play around a little here. The HUD's really complicated. I think I was looking at the tarot cards last, and that was where the problem was. Was I? When did that print string occur? Don't remember. I'll make it a giant emoji. This one came up much worse than the others. No, it has to be when the cards are displayed, because that's when it happened, right? Okay, well, you can also just search for print string too, which is, I think, the best way to do this. I'm deleting any print strings I'm not currently working on because I don't want to figure it out. Currently active ability, that's probably the one. Some of these systems are old and crappy, so like they could be much better. But I also don't know if I care enough to do anything about it, you know? Like, it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Oh, print strings. Any more print strings on you? I think I got all of them, right? There's also one in the water, too, for that matter. I'm trying to think back to all the ones I have to end up disabling. It's annoying. So if I just get them now, I don't gotta worry about it. No, it's on the buttons. It's one of the two. Yeah. Quite annoying. I wonder who would actually show up this early or not. We'll have to see. I don't know. Alright. Fair enough. Alright, so the next thing I need to work on for this was in the tarot menu itself. It needs to have its own side little thing here and needs to say what the abilities are. So basically each one of these needs to then interact with this. And I can just have this one here alters this, like I don't have to have them separate, I think. Does it make more sense if I just add the abilities that way? I'm reminding myself how all this works again, because I'll often forget. So this begs a question. Am I going to show the information beforehand, what the abilities do, or am I just going to have it where it shows a level and if you don't have it, it just says like reach this level to get? I guess it makes sense to have these over to the side. And then you just select here, show the abilities. Or I can show the various abilities over here and have the stats for the thing right here. But do I need it to show the stats for the third, or do I just want it to show the stats over here? Because if we do this and put it here... Also, how many abilities are we even going to have? How many upgrades are we talking here? I'll also fit an 8th one in there if I want, but 7's a much better number for purposes of the thing there. I don't think I'm gonna ever have more than 7 though. I don't even think I want 7 to be 100% fair, but it's probably just gonna be that. It's easier to drag the box around though, if there's a little bit of space below these though, I'm discovering. That's true. Otherwise it's very difficult to drag it. Okay, well, let's label them in a way that is easier to keep track of than this, I guess. Well, this technically says that, so if I just swap the two. I just put this one at the bottom. And then renumber it. That'll make it easier to tell them apart. Just being on click for each, because then I don't have to worry about anything else. Or I can add them if it has them. If it has them, I could just get each one that they have, check for a level. That might be better. Why don't you make that box variable if that's the case? So be on construct here. I have tarot card info here. No. What a mess. I guess, oh, it's fine. Sure, whatever. Interesting, it's not even used. So this thing looks at tarot card normal? No, it's tarot card. It's not the tarot card normal. Those are different tarot card. It does. On construct, it adds one of these for each thing here, widget tarot card. And then this thing has on clicked. And on hovered. Tarot card hovered. So on tarot card hovered. And goes back to here. Right here on tarot card hovered. Set up menu info. Is that on widget tarot info? That's you, right? Sure. We only need one of you. It'd probably be like this big huge thing here explaining what it does. Something along those lines. Something along those lines, I guess. It's kind of unbalanced, but... Alright, so... These are what? Indicators here. Let's start with this here. So let's see, get tarot card info. Did I not promote you to a variable? That's stupid. I might as well just promote you to a variable, get it over with. Really? Huh. Dumb. Okay. I don't want it twice. Where else are you? Sure. Okay, well, this is a mess. Sure. I'm not setting it anywhere else. And that's kind of all that matters to me at this point. It's like, I know I'm doing something dumb here. I was. No, I don't do it this way. I don't need a 4-H subset at all. I do only need to find. I was right. And then I have tarot name here, which is what I want. Find that one. I can split the structure on that. Then with this is where I would want a 4-H loop. And then Well, let's just start by adding a tarot for those. So let's make this simple on myself here. I want to hand over I guess the level information it wants too. Because I can expose on spawn it, and also level required I think is sure. So we'll hand that over. So this way it's now sitting here. I don't even have a required level on there. I need to add one. I can just add it as like a stat or something. It does save having to have another little category in it, but it's pretty easy to just pull the category for the level if they need it and not have to search the other, I guess. But I can also just pull that find the levels. I don't actually have to have a special name for it. It is kind of obnoxious to then have to try to find them on the thing. But I mean, technically in stats, I could just have name and level required. It's probably easier than having some bizarro world, who knows what thing. Just having it as a level like that. So I might keep that one there, so let's call this required level. Wait, why am I putting this under stats? Actually, there's already a tarot card level. Why not just use that? Why am I using tarot card level on here? I had a system to add to it, but I think I took it out anyway. It's part of some other... Yeah, whatever. I'll just have a required level or something. For now, that is fine. call this what? Durability selector, sure. By that. Oh. Before I continue, I gotta delete the other ones, because I don't want them there. Should never add these in advance. Oh, there's an on-click, isn't there? Yeah, F that way, always stupid. Like, it works, but it's still stupid. Oh. That went wrong. Oh, that's so I can monitor the stream. That's not important. What I require is this. I forgot my self-nude. Kind of burns right here. I guess kind of lower part of my throat. Obnoxious. Alright, so it shows the numbers. It doesn't show which one's active, and you can't click them yet. Well, you mouse over them, they don't do anything yet, but so do I even need non-clicked? Or maybe I just need on-hovered. I need an easy differentiator here. All this like ability number. Gotta hand that over. Like 1200 is the size or something. This is 1200. Well, size Y is small. The size Y on you should probably also be small. Ugh. My spine just hates being bent, which is probably fair. It doesn't like me in general. Let me take a quick bio break real fast. I drank a whole bunch of water right before the stream. That. So let's see here. I'm sending the info to here. It has to be when this one is hovered. It's got to send info back, basically. This is the most hideous setup I've ever seen. What the hell was I doing? Okay, like, never do this. I know you can, but just don't do it. It's so unreadable. To be honest, I don't even know I have a bunch of thens on this. I need to get rid of half these as actives anyway, they aren't useful. Anyway. Set brush to color opacity, yeah, whatever. Are you not the one that goes in the menu? I don't think you are. I think it's Witcher Tarot card. Yeah, it is. So doing this goes to here and does this. So on Tarot Hover, it's what we're looking at next, where I need to go. So in reality, That adds those, and then another interface call on this one. I made so many of these ones that were worthless. Through covered. I'm not gonna let you switch them out. It just shows you the information on them and if you what it takes to get them. And again, I don't really know if I'm going to put all the information there or not. Just because you have the card, am I going to tell you what every ability does in advance? I mean, you're going to get them all with enough levels anyway. It would probably encourage leveling. The leveling system is going to be so much more complicated by the time this is done. Anyway, ability, terror ability indicator hovered. So we're going to get its parent. Get parent. Oh, it needs to send back essentially the I don't think I need to send back the actual thing that's selected here because I already have the name of the item here, right? I actually just need to send back I guess an integer. I mean, technically I could just send the entire tarot card over to this thing and display the information on this that way, but it doesn't have all the information unless I want to make it all one giant. Nah, I'm using these as buttons and they're not the main indicator. So there's no need to do it that way. It's kind of weird. Yeah. So I'm with the ability number, I can ping pong it back to here. And I'm just going to take the tarot name and I'm just going to do it this way. Because I just need to find this number here. And then I should be able to send the information over. Actually, set a tarot menu card info, sure. Tarot name is active, ability number. Well, I don't need to find that at all. I just find it here. So finding it there is irrelevant. It's just a ping pong. Like, I don't need the number at all. I can actually just go ram it right over. I don't know why I need those like that, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this and drop it on here. What I'm going to do is attempt to do that and watch it not work. Copy paste somehow failed. Just drop it on here. I don't need some ridiculous function that's never used anywhere else. Sometimes I get a little spicy with those. I don't know what I'm doing. It's stupid. So I don't need to find that at all. I just need the ability number from this passed over. Passing tarot name is acceptable. I don't really care if I pass that. Fine. Is active no longer does anything, but sure. And I don't need this at all. I'm gonna move everything at once here so I can clean this up. One tarot card unhovered. Alright. What is all this? First off, I'm literally finding this here and then deleting it. So I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be, but it's stupid. What am I doing here? Like, why find it then clear it? Tarot to equip. What is going on with you? Whatever, I'll keep this code as it is for now. But I'm gonna move it on to the other thing there because I hate having these individual functions for like one thing. It's dumb. Like, it doesn't need to exist. I'm okay with it if it's like some huge amount of stuff, but in most cases it actually just makes it harder to read. Which is kind of stupid. Also, I don't know why I didn't include you on this thing. Just dumb, I guess. Just dumb. Alright, so that should send the information over there. Also missing a step. I didn't double check all my work, so probably should. Apparently streaming early doesn't necessarily get the people till much later. Oh. It should probably just be on clicked. No, because on click does that. So I should on hovered clear the other ones. But not on unhovered. Always takes me a while to remember how this crap works. Or how it all set up, actually. Not even a question how the crap works, just how it's set up. There you go. I do have to have the on hovered so they're not like red. Or maybe when another one's hovered. Not updating the button. Clicking doesn't do anything. Tarot card unhovered is probably somewhere around here. It's just going to the parent widget, and the parent widget is you.
Hello there.
Oh, hey Lepus, how's it going? I was playing with the Ghibli thingy. I took a day off from work because I got sick. Sad here you got sick. Happy you get a day off work. I Ghibli'd some of her. I ran out of ChatGPT wouldn't let me Ghibli anymore today, so you know I have to wait till tomorrow to Ghibli more of them. Some came out much better than others. Like this one didn't come out as well as it could have. Just because the patch on her face is a bit off. Some of them are pretty good. I like that one. Whenever I am going off to sleep and everything like that, I need to tell a streamer I'm golden. Yeah, some of the game are kind of cool. This one just needs to be redone. It came out kind of weird looking. I took a few tries for it to get it more accurate. Once I told it to retain all the skin details, it got much better. Yeah, it's a bit off. I mean, I'll probably mess with it more. I was just like, these are cool. Because it's something new and it took so little work. I like this one a lot. The adorable little hammer one. Some came out way better than others. Or she can shake up and down with it for some reason. Like she's excited. I'll keep messing with it because I mean, one of the problems I have is that the character's Poppet thing doesn't really stand out very well. Like she doesn't have the fun, colorful thing that the most little emojis should have for Twitch, so it's hard to tell. Like you can't really see her all that great. So it's kind of like, I could do that, but I mean, like this just doesn't have the same look to it. I mean, I know it's actually just how she looks, straight up, but it's just not the same. They're just not as expressive. All my graphics look way better enlarged anyway, but the problem is, again, like you only get these tiny little spaces. So I'll keep playing with them. I think I'm only allowed like 10 a day or something, because I'm not going to pay him money or anything for this. Oh, so wonderful feature. But at 10 a day, I'll see what I can come up with. Felt the exact same thing over and over since it got pretty good near the end. The hammer one was like near the end. Actually, so was the pointing one. So was like the low one. I mean, it took quite a few tries on a couple of them because it just kept screwing it up before I told it to just literally keep all of the skin details and the skin color. Guess I didn't do any other ones, think I can't. There's only a handful of them. Soon though, soon. You guys get better results as it turns around. There's no stopping it right now. Oh yeah, it's... You're basically stupid if you're not making use of AI somewhere at this point. Like it's if you're a solo dev. Simple truth, you know, there's just not enough time in the day. And the end result of those are pretty good. Like I could pay someone hundreds of dollars to make custom ones, or I could just have an AI do it 10 a day. I mean, I made the initial thing, but the initial ones, you know, they weren't good enough. Yeah, her hair color could use some work. It's a bit off each time. Still, they look pretty good. No, just having to do one at a time. Just each time it just does another one. Next, have it do the same picture over and over if it doesn't do a good job. Like every time it's just like a result. Because I only get 10 shots at it in a day, so it's not like it's gonna, you know, be that many it has to do. But the first two, it kept trying and trying and trying and just screwing it up. In another hour or so, I can try again. An hour and 7 minutes, I guess. So, you know, yeah. I don't want to do this clear children thing ever. Maybe. The problem is it does spit. Well, I guess technically since they're a little emoji size, it would be okay. Honestly, the things I was more annoyed was that the paintings on her, like all the markings on her face and everything were off. The hair color, I mean, it's a little bit different on them. Some of them are somewhat close, but I can just tell it keep the same hair color from the previous one there, and I'll get it eventually perfect. the exact thing to tell it, and then I could just feed it any picture of Poppet and it'll come out like a Ghibli character. But I don't know, I find the more things you give it, the less likely it succeeds. Like, as far as if you put too many things in one image, it has a hard time making it what you want. Thankfully, because these are just emojis, I really don't have that much in the images. Oh. This won't do quite what I want either. Oh, chat got paused. Yeah, it's not in highlighting, so I didn't do that on there. Excuse me. Right now I'm setting up the various ability things in the menu so you can read what they do. Just continue with the level system. So now I have it where you can move to here and it'll, you mouse over the ones, it'll show you what they do. So, if it has an ability. And I haven't put in all the level information for all of them. I need to move stuff around too, of course. And I'll probably set the text so it's wider and has more to it, like maybe even a picture or something, potentially. I adjust the cost. Well, the costs do adjust, they just need to be moved around. I kind of crammed everything all over the place. Problem is clicking, it actually selects it, and all this does is let you see what they do. But it's kind of hard to select. Also, when you mouse over the first one, it doesn't seem to work very well. Why? It's a little bizarre and weird. Maybe it just takes a second. I have the level requirement to use them. But perhaps instead of having the level requirements, I just have the number there, and then I have the level requirement on the actual ability. Perhaps that's easier? It's a good question. Because, you know, there's not a lot of space in the indicators there. I think one of you is hit testable when you shouldn't be. Probably you. Oh, it's actually visibility how these ones work. Oh, it's not hit testable. Not hit testable on that one. Do I make it when the ability is clicked, or do I make it when the ability is just hovered over to say what it does? That's the question. Yeah, once I have this set up, then I can start instituting, you know, what the levels do for everything. Put them all in for the most important early ones, and then start scaling the enemies based upon now finally having a progression system that... I mean, before I had no idea what anyone's going to be, so it's really hard to balance anything. But I think the method of balance is actually how many hits I want a boss to take to beat versus how many hits I want the boss to be able to kill you in, essentially. If you're the right level. And I'm going to make the assumption that you're going to get the level that is... Well, it'll be all the required tarot up to that point, and then maybe like half the others or something. That's true. And they might just want to mouse over them, like, you know, like not actually have to click each one to see. So maybe that's better. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. And I just need to figure out exactly how many tarot cards are going to be required. How many are going to be available for each area. Realizing that there are 78 tarot cards in the game. However, that means I also get to cut out all the extra upgrades that were anything else besides a tarot card. They're still collectibles, but the collectibles all have different effects for other purposes. They won't increase your stats necessarily. Well, as technically, if you get all the, like the crystal balls, you would get +1 level or something. It's a very expensive level to get. Same thing with all the Toymaker's audio logs. I realize I made a bit of an error because now I've set it up that before I had those certain rooms where you got 3 different versions of a tarot card as you got more and more of an object. Now there's only 1 of each of those tarot cards. It no longer works. So now I'm faced with the thing of, okay, do I give you a unique tarot card for the first one you unlock, and then the others are just bonus levels, and then I can give you a bunch of abilities for that thing, or do I wait until the very end when you've collected all of that thing to give you a super powered tarot card? I mean, it's gonna not necessarily always be the same. Like, I think for the crystal balls and the audio logs, I'll give you a super powered one for having gotten all of them. But those tarot cards won't be required to get... just in general. Wow. In a way, they could be. Same thing with whatever tarot card I give out in the painting world. It hates me today. So that'd been kind of what I'm thinking of there. Because now it's just bonus levels, which, I mean, because the levels are essentially achievement based in this game, and that you have to hunt down your level and find it, you know, to get it. Having the later levels just be harder to find does seem not too bad, but the question is, what does each level give you? I mean, the fact you get cooler abilities is good, but I don't know what stat increases you'll get. It definitely gains more of an RPG thing for this, but it's still a collectathon. In that you don't grind for levels. Because I hate that. All my homies hate that. And if the homies don't like it, why are you doing it, right? That's what I heard. Don't be hating on the homies. What a gross setup. I hate it. I hate everything about it. But I don't want to promote alt variables. Not really. I'm also questioning the whole concept of Poppet looking for her friend per se, and instead thinking that maybe, since I've never in my life seen a woman go out of her way for anyone besides a Chad, maybe she's actually looking for some guy that she is, you know, betrothed to or something. He's in love with, you know, probably in love with, who happens to be there, kind of thing. Now the buildings from Epic City sample, it's so huge. Yeah, Epic does like big. I mean, it's not really game ready per se, but unless your computer's disgustingly powerful. They really are just pushing the envelope for graphics, but forgot that they're a game engine. To be fair, they're not necessarily just a game engine, I guess. Not wrong. Weird, but just technically not wrong, I guess. Kind of migrate these over here so they're a little more accurately placed. Well, yeah, of course they look good. I mean, yeah. That's what Epic does. Make their stuff look real good. Now, the stuff people produce with it, well, you see, that doesn't always look so hot, but Epic do be making their stuff look good. It's not wrong. Oh, man, my neck hates me. Got the indicator. Does it even need an indicator? I mean, look, it already has a thing around it that lights up the button. It is better than the other indicator anyway. So that's weird. Like, I do this and then this doesn't immediately do it. It's only on the second time. Why? Like, the button lights up, but nobody's home. Yeah, it's where the first one is. You tried that Kit Bash stuff yet? I haven't even downloaded it. The Diesel Punk stuff? You want to see heavy? Load that crap up. Judging by their, what, Gaia sample was the other one? Or I don't know what it's called. I think it was Gaia something. They gave away for free, so I was like, I'm gonna test these out. I was like, this is really cool looking. Oh god, this is so heavy. Yep, no, it's kind of where I'm at with it. It doesn't fit my world anyway, so I don't know. I watched the movie Hugo last night, and that's apparently in the 30s, and it looked pretty similar, except for that they were talking about after the war kind of thing. So, but besides that, it looked really similar to just steampunk. Yeah. This movie here, sadly I can't, you know, unmute it for you a minute like that, but you get an idea of what the world looks like anyway from the pictures and stuff. Can you even make it big? Is that possible? It is. Yeah, there aren't a lot of steampunk movies. It's really not a particularly popular genre. I don't know why I picked it, to be 100% honest. I just kind of like it. I like, well, that's wrong. I like the turn of the century type of hope feel that they have, and the like inventor type of thing, and just The people, you know, it's a lot like now where there's a lot of invitation, but there's still community amongst the people. It's not like now where it's like a dystopia where, you know, nobody talks to each other. There's so much hate and everything like that. It's just basically there's still a sense of wonder that is just not present in this day and age. And to be fair, I didn't live back then, so, you know, maybe it was just a completely shitty time, and you know, like, maybe it just be a shitty time. Kind of feel like I'm doing an unnecessary thing. How do I want to go about this? That's what I'm debating. Yeah, if there's a steampunk movie, I tend to watch it. Or a steampunk show. I never tell people they're necessarily all that good, though. I mean, Hugo is pretty good, but most of the time I just tell them I just like steampunk things. So if they ever wonder why it wasn't very good, it's like, ah, well, see, I just like steampunk, so I'm automatically going to like it more than I should. As opposed to a show where I actually will say it's good. I'm having a feeling I'm going to go through design on this quite a long time, but not all at once. So I'll just keep coming back to design on this to decide what I like for it, based upon what's necessary. But yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Why the first time you mouse over it doesn't it work? Also, I think the text could get moved over quite a bit. Actually, I think it just needs to have two separate areas, but then it kind of blocks the screen. Maybe it should just actually have literally the information for it right here, and then like a box for that, and a box for what the ability does? Or do I just have it as one giant box? I mean, because technically it's all one thing anyway. Yeah, creativity's nice. A lot of movies these days are just stupid rehashes of things, and it's just like, I don't want to see your rehash. When those corporations finally figure out that when you make a remake of a movie, I don't watch it, maybe, and other people do the same, hey, maybe they'll make new stuff. I get the feeling there's no talent in Hollywood anymore. Most of the things I end up liking were usually made by Netflix, for those people keeping track. Even though I bag on Netflix for making a lot of trash, and they do, most of the stuff I've liked was made by Netflix. Some of the stuff by Amazon, yeah, well, it's just like another sequel of a thing, or just a remake of an old one. It's like, okay, cool. Most of the action movies are not very good. All the comic book movies are terrible now. On the DC side, it's yet another remake of Batman or Superman, and on the Marvel side, it's just some girl boss that you're not going to watch anyway because they're interchangeable and you don't care. It's like, she has no story. Neat. She's just the best and everyone loves her. Okay, cool. That'll make for a great 1.5 to 2 hour experience, I'm sure. So, I tried to watch Peacemaker. Man, the first season is okay. Second season, dog shit. Pure dog shit. It's total garbage. Oh yeah, well, I mean, kudos to that guy for making a job about doing the same movie over and over and over with the different, you know, starting job. I don't watch any of Jason Statham's movies because I don't care, because it's the same movie over and over and over, and once you've seen one, you've seen them all, so I don't care. But, you know, whatever works, I guess. It's kind of weird. This part works. You don't necessarily work. Yeah, every once in a while something completely unique shows up, and I'm all for those. And those are pretty much what I end up doing the most, or like really going out of my way to watch. Some things I don't know exist. Like I found out about Hugo because the random pirate site I was watching on said so. That's right, I don't give Hollywood money. I don't want them to buy my favorite franchise and ruin it. Oh, sorry. Streaming site. Yeah. Streaming site. Not incorrect. It was a streaming site. Oh, hover gives tarot card to equip. Why? Why is this? So much of this code is old. And it's bad. I'm gonna go ahead and clean it up because... Why? Like right here. What the hell is this? Find a tarot name array, find a position. Okay, sure. Over here, now take this tarot card and just set it to tarot name instead. Just defeating the entire purpose of why I did this. Tarot card description image. For what? I think some of the system exists from a previous time. And now I don't care anymore. I just show all the images now. I don't think I even use this. I just set it everywhere with the intention of using it and it never gets used, so... Oh. I'm not even keeping this anymore. Okay. These functions need to go away. I ain't using them anymore. This is a wreck. Just a straight up wreck. Like, this doesn't do anything. It wasn't doing anything before. Just a wreck. Okay. Sounds like he's up early. So on hover just causes tarot ability hovered. Do you just not remember the tarot name? Is that the problem? Like, do I need to send the tarot name over? I put all the musical tracks that I had never sorted through on here just to see how many times I get copyright claimed in the same stream. So they should have different music tracks for whatever that's worth. Oh, so far my messing with X has gotten 3 whole wish lists. Which isn't too bad. So, why? Yep, I require 3 more to get to 100. It is slow going. But I figured out, I believe, the hack. The strategy that works the best. At least so far, it's working very good. And it's a really simple hack that I'll tell everyone right now. Just post every day. It doesn't matter if it's good. Irrelevant. People just, they just eat slop. Just whatever garbage is put in front, it's fine with them. That's all they want. You just keep doing that. The algorithm goes, okay, people looked at it. It doesn't matter if they like it or dislike it. Irrelevant. Both count as interaction. And just keep doing it. And you'll keep popping up in the algorithm more and more and more and more. And eventually, I'm like, the person I was watching a video explaining this and just showed how much they'd gone up in each day just doing it. And they're supposed to whatever crap they wanted. And I was like, so that's what you do. Every day. If I don't stream that day, I put a short up. What's the short? Some random gameplay. Irrelevant. I also put that same thing on ImageGur and X. The only problem with that is that they, well, I haven't really tested to see what X does. ImageGur doesn't really make a difference, from what I can tell. They don't really seem to have the same algorithm set up, but you still get hundreds of people looking at it, so it's not terrible. I didn't even have this up there for the information I needed, so I gotta double check the thing. Yep, that's my experiment. 60 days of slop. Whatever garbage I come up with, I'll just post it. It does not matter. I might even experiment posting the same thing, for all I know. It's so weird that it just doesn't show on the first try. It must be an on-hover that fixes the thing somehow. It looks like it's sending the right info. I mean, this is active thing is not necessary anymore. Right? You don't care? I'll just mark that as yes. It's not even used. But yep, that's... We're gonna say it works, but I mean, like, at some point, just posting anything does, in fact, get eyes on your stuff. Maybe it's not a lot of eyes. The other thing is that you're supposed to reply back to everybody who asks to see whatever progress you're doing in your game. You just go and find like 20 or 30 of those things, and that helps. And I figured out how the way the X replies thingy works when you pay for the premium. All it does is it means that when they sort the replies to something, you're given a higher position. And if nobody else has premium in there, then you have the highest position. Which is good because in those things where there's like, 50 people replying to it, being at the bottom means that you get no views, and being at the top means you get all the views. Now, if they've all got it, then you get sorted with all the people who've paid versus all the people who haven't. Man, my whole head hurts today. Actually, my throat too feels... Ugh. That's just what hurts today now. My life. It is. This could just as easily be, I don't need this anymore. Make it an int. Start cleaning the crap up. Yeah, go ahead and change it everywhere. Yep, I'll let everyone know. I'll keep a record of how things go in my in the Discord for that. I should make a video on these things, like how well does streaming do for, you know, a game dev, or how well I've done, so you can see how that maybe you shouldn't quit your day job if that's your plan. I'm not really the most effective streamer for certain. This information is going to get changed out later. Guess I want to get certain information in here just to see if it works. I assume doesn't have card is the option here. But maybe I just make it visible all the time and not worry about this visibility changing, since the new system doesn't care as much. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. My B. Yep. Get this working, get all the levels set up, get the progression going in the game. Doesn't have card. How do I not have the card? Really? I assume my code for giving all the things doesn't do what it's supposed to. But then why would all the cards even show up? Because the tarot menu already grabs every card I have from up here. It does not. Not all of them are marked as having the card. So that test there will be not great. Wait, is not that making it me have all the cards? Well, do I ever want to turn off having all the cards? Like, is that really an option that I'm looking to do? I think the answer is not really. Let's just make my life easy. I don't plan on turning this off ever. I'm just giving myself the cards. That's the whole purpose of this thing. Why would I ever want to disable that? The dev cheat. Now I have a card. Doesn't have card. Doesn't have card. Has card. Has card. How are you getting the doesn't have card? Somehow the information it's pulling is wrong. Well, do I care about this setup here? The missing card thingy there? I guess this makes it so it tells you what you don't have, so you don't know in advance what the things are, I guess, until you found them. That's probably more interesting. I'm a little confused how it could not have the cards and then suddenly have it. Like, it's like not reading the information and you just need some time. This smacks of a timing issue. Whenever something never makes sense in the order it operates, it's a timing issue. Well, typically it's if it's random and how it works. Yeah, it doesn't have card. Goes here, doesn't have card. Now has the card. This is not getting on construct. It's happening as I go. Which is strange because if it's pulling the information right now, why is it... Also, I can just connect this directly, but that shouldn't make a difference anyway. It's the same one, but... Or at least it should be. Yeah, that's... Huh. It'd be different if the check was on the other one, but it's not. It's the check for the card is right here, which means it fresh got the whole thing from the player character. So... The hell? Are you reading something different? Is it? And this is a weird one. Because how is it a timing issue when it's only happening on here? And upon selecting the card is when it suddenly decides it doesn't have a card. But if you come back to it and do it again, then it the first time still doesn't have a card. And falls there. Magician. Well, now we're saying true one like that, and then right afterwards it says false. Like it does a true. You see, true has card, one false. Is it when these are unhovered it does something? Maybe that's screwing with things. I think I don't want to do anything with this. I think I just want to leave this alone. Oh, old system. I've done menus in so long, I tend to forget how all the menu stuff was set up. I'm gonna get my brain around menus next, and then I'll go back to doing something different, not getting my brain around that. Yeah, that was what it was. If you mouse off it, it doesn't do anything special. This changes it here. I'm catching something. It's weird if I am, because I disinfect my hands religiously. I did go out today to visit the store, but nobody was coughing. I guess when I was making food, I did handle the packages stuff was in, though I had disinfected my hands previous to doing that. Or it could just be acid reflux. Or it could just be my normal health problems. All very possible. This used anywhere? Like, I just need to simplify this crap out, because it's like set a million times, but there's a get option for it. Tarot description, is this used anywhere? Well, I mean, let's test it. I can always just do this. Are you used anywhere? No. Are you used anywhere? No. So what the hell is it even doing? Oh, and this tarot card to equip thingy, like, what the hell is that? It's not even you hooked up here. What the hell? This is what I actually need to do here. I'm just handing the information over. I don't even care. That's it. I need this little bit here. Also, this does not need a conversion thingy. It's literally what it is. So this is what I needed for all that. And I'm not really doing the as active thingies anywhere anyway. I gotta remove the little orbs from them too, because those don't matter anymore. Because I'm not checking for activity on them anymore. I had a whole system set up, it just didn't have a good plan. Today we're going into the woods on this one. I mean, on Tarot hovered from the DPI menu, and it's like, these aren't used anywhere. Is it as active used anywhere? I know the other two aren't. We're setting them all. But again, we're just setting them all. No one's using it. Okay. Why do we do these things? I don't know. But I hate it. Wait, are we using get ability text? No. No, and no. Then what are they doing there? Like, I never cleaned this crap up. You can definitely tell that I never cleaned it up. This is very awkward. Ontario hovered. This was because, for whatever reason, it couldn't figure out that the tarot card was hovered. Like, the options there, there's an on-click, but not an on-hovered for them, so I had to do it that way. Oh, I still have these? Okay, well... Where are you at? Skip that. I know those tracks have issues. I thought I got rid of all of them. Because, you know. I do what you gotta do. Anything I got from RPG Maker needs to basically be thrown away. To be fair, I really only got like the steampunk stuff from them, so, but what I have learned is that that does not lead to good things, so. Don't do that to yourself. You're gonna get copyright claimed. And then you're going to be sad. Anyway, we're moving these actives from here. Does seem to like to keep jumping back off that, doesn't it? Don't care. I don't really know if I'm using the actives on that, but whatever. I don't care about them in there. That's the big difference. I resolved this problem already. I don't need this crap. What is going on here? Maybe just the ability number. .27 won't launch? Double. Why using 4.27? Drink a lot of water, not a bad idea. I'm told water is good for you. I tend to feel better when I drink more of it. I should drink more of it. I don't always drink more of it, but I should. I think the level requirement should almost be up there. I guess if we're only handing a level requirement, if I wanted to pass it through to the others, I could. The design choice here I'm debating on. Oh. I see. I mean, usually you can just import a lot of assets directly over. Just, you know, straight migrate them or just put them directly in without... And during the installation process from the Fab Marketplace, you can also, you know, show all projects, pick a project that is too far ahead, and then, you know, it'll have you select the closest engine to it, and then it'll do the conversion for you. Right in the thingy, so you don't have to do anything special. Which is usually better. So if it was somewhere else, I don't know if that would work the same, but... Been here before, all the materials are broken for some reason. Interesting. Well, I mean, if it gets the job done, it gets the job done, and that's what matters. Once I have the tarot thing here, I don't need to pass required level. It's already... I can find the card that's involved, and I can get every bit of information I need. So, if that's the case... Why don't I just pull required level over there? I think I'm just gonna set maybe the ability number is just literally which number it is in there, and I'm not gonna bother with setting required tarot level. His ability number is already there. Why don't I just do this? I'm arguing with myself on how I want to build this. It's really that simple. I never use event tick. I don't hate myself. Such a mess. When I realized I could just, you know, do a lot of stuff at the higher levels, it was a lot easier. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then it says the amount required, and then you should just have to level. Up here, when you mouse over a new tarot card, it should clear this information. I do think it should have some kind of a box or a better differentiator. I also don't think the indicator is necessary because it's kind of already indicating as is here. So I think I like the levels set up better. No, the number set up there just tells you which ability it is, and then the levels are done in tarot info. So we get this. Instead we ram this into here. Here's fire level. There's a space after you, right? Sure is. Do that there. It's ugly. And then I also want to send this information back, so some of these tracks aren't that great. Some of the ones are dupes. I'm tempted to make it so that when they appear, if they're number one, to just send their information. This way it shows the first ability. Might be a good idea. Oh, the through text actually has a bunch of things on it. I didn't even pay attention to that. Maximum things. Nice. Huh. It counts from 0 on this, right? It's just adding to the array. Yeah, because map key is just, it's not from here specifically, it's from the other. Does anyone use this tarot card name array? Are we doing that? I guess so, in case Poppet needs to hand a name array. I don't know why you just get the whole tarot card thing, you get all the names from this. I think before, because the other one had all the things like that, but now technically you can just pull the tarot cards here and then get the keys from it, and the keys would be all the tarot names, so you wouldn't need this array. So I basically don't even need get tarot card names. But I don't know if I want to go to all the trouble to remove it necessarily. Maybe over time I might. So starting at 0, so then... branch here. Clean that crap up. Kind of cool. Oh, I see what happened there. I don't think I like that as much as the other thing. I think I might just use the dialogue system stuff, honestly. Kind of keep everything the same. It didn't make the first one active. Also, it's not even showing that. Really? Why? Should be. Well, it's probably because it has crap attached to it. For some reason I thought it was started at 0, but then I realized that how it's set up on the other thing, they can't start at 0 because they won't let me add a new one, so I just started in 1. It's one of Unreal Engine's little dumb things it does. Well, it's lit it up, but it didn't send the information. Which is fine. Well, I don't like that. I think all the information needs to be pushed farther over. There's more space. It also just kind of blocks the player entirely, and I don't know if I like that. Whatever, just move everything over. Might promote more things to variables in a second, or just because it's so obnoxious to read this otherwise. No, this is set there. I'll have to set that differently. What's I working on with that there? It's not showing. That was the problem. I just got rid of all these print strings too. The only place where visibility is set is over here, so... And again, I probably should make it where there's just not that thing behind it anyway. Like, I don't like that at all. If I need a pad's bottom or not, but sure, a pad right, 20 like that, sure. That's that thing there. That's not the one I want. I'm a little loath to block this at all, to be honest. Also, wrong one. Unless I don't want to have time be paused. Let me have it be slow doing that. Just have it show these abilities here. There's a lot more to read now, so I don't even know if that's the thing I want. Actually... menu work is not usually that exciting. UI work in general. Well, that looks terrible anyway, but... I don't want anything blocking it anyway. I'd rather just have what it does, and then you just kind of do it. Yeah, this looks terrible with those. These aren't even looking that great either, the little orb thingies. I just have them as they are because they just are convenient. Anyway, I just had to print string, so... This song and dance again. Even reaching this point? Find out. Nope. It's like I don't have the card apparently. But I mouse over to have it. Is it giving the wrong name? I'm just mouse over the cards. How is it giving the wrong name if that's the case? Oops. Probably a step in between that's screwing it up. Yeah, between the true and the number, but up here between the true and the number is... True name number. There's additional information being thrown in here that I don't want. Screen's what I'm trying to figure out here. This information here I don't want. Weird. So this indicator will start. We'll call this the parent widget with a tarot ability number. But it's an event construct, which means it's unlikely to have it. Well, no, because this is the thing that constructs them. So they happen afterwards because it adds children. That's a good question. When does it add children? I mean, event on tarot hovered is when it adds them. So at the start, we're doing event on tarot hovered. Right? Really, indicator hovered. Sure. Tarot card menu info. It's here. Oh wait, tarot card menu info is... I'm just assuming the tarot name is just not gotten at that point. How? Because it only knows which ones to place in the first place because it actually went and found that. No, I'm taking with BioBreak real fast, I'll figure it out. It's right back. Some of these tracks seem like they've been, like I have them already in the other one too, but whatever. This is a bunch of new tracks to listen to. What was it doing? Yeah, trying to figure out how to get that information there, why it's not active there. I was doing with the first one there. I just need the tarot name, but I thought the tarot name would already be gotten because you moused over a card. And you would assume mousing over the card would do that. Perhaps if I institute a delay, it'll have time. Like just a slight delay on event constructor. Because it doesn't need the info, it's just the other one, the main menu already has it. Or the, yeah, the main tarot menu, so it's like... It's just the other thing in there isn't handing it over fast enough, that's all. It is a question of time. Because now you see it has it. I'll make it look better as I go, but... There you go. Just a timing issue. But delay until next tick fixes it. That won't go away as long as the other thing's open, I think. Okay. What I don't like is these just kind of lurk over here and aren't that great. Also, they don't stay if it's not like the ones currently selected, which is annoying. I need a reference to that being a thing if I want to keep it, or I can just get rid of the little indicator next to it, not have that at all, which is probably also fine because I don't think it's that necessary. I'm not really just selecting it. Nobody needs this information again. Probably. Well, the information works. And then I'll have to fill in information for all the abilities you can do and change up how the information is displayed on there. So that can all be added to here into this thing without making any additional changes to anything, really. I don't think I'm doing a tutorial widget. I don't think that's necessary. I could have a little picture that shows in that. Maybe? I mean, I guess. I don't really have a point where the tutorials make as much sense, though, because now it's just whenever you gain levels, you would gain these abilities, and it's not like I'm going to go, oh, look, you gained some levels, so here's a whole army of different tutorials that appear on the screen. Oh, because that's weird and kind of not intuitive. Well, that does beg the question of what do I do to let the player know what their abilities are? I mean, I guess I could just say in there, just text on what it does. Do I check for a new ability unlock? No. It's gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna have to change for this setup because of the fact that it's just so weird. I also need to make a generic card to represent the other stuff again, so I'm gonna go back to having the card that floats around. I don't have pictures for any of those. Maybe I'll do that. That's not a bad idea. It's mostly putting in information now and then deciding as I go what it's going to need to say. And I don't think I need these tutorial widgets ever again. Should save time, I won't have to make them. Because otherwise I would have to make like a million of them. I guess I can leave it just in case I want it to be a thing. Maybe you can click it and open up the tutorial. It would be a quality of life thing. I don't know if you need a tutorial. And there's the indicator problem here. I need to know the music's too loud. I probably no, then turn that on. Yep. I don't like the look of these things, so that's a problem. Right off the bat, I think the look sucks. That's so weird. It's so fast. Why are you so fast? Actually, no, just do this. Oh, I like this little orb. I kind of don't. I think menu work should be something I do off stream for how little people want to watch it. I definitely like those better. I just need a record for the other thing now. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the other thing here. Let's see. Justify it left, I think. I also like the red, but red, white, and black are kind of like the game's colors for the most part, with the exception of Poppet's eyes being a green. Otherwise, most of the game doesn't really have the color. And then purple for like the curse, about the only things that really change throughout the thing. Well, I basically have to send a message to all of them if one of them is hovered, and then whichever one has that number is the one the indicator would be like, thing like that, so. Right, like, so the indicator goes here. And on hovered, it sends this information over. So we have the ability indicator hovered. So I just call the show indicator, sure. Do you not have BPI menu, really? Fine. If equal. Grab this like an idiot. Perfect. True, we want to show show it, and then not true, don't show it. And then what I'll do is I'll show the indicator on this, and I'll get all the children. All the children, we're just gonna do this, and just send this number over. Let's promote it. I gotta grab it again, so I might as well just grab it twice. So this way it'll just go to each one and be like, you know, does this match? If so, show it. And then when you don't, if you hover anywhere else, it won't go away. Getting much better at figuring out all the menu things. Oh, wait. I didn't even see a message over on Twitch. What's up with that? Hey, Sweet Skills, how's it going? But I missed your message. That's weird. Ah. It does show up. I must just not have been paying attention for a second. Doing good? Nice, nice. Up to anything exciting at the moment? I mean, besides watching me break things. Now the indicator stays. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Defaults to the first one. I'm building a whole new leveling system. You get all the tarot cards in their game. Every single suit and everything like that. All the minor arcana, everything like that. And those give you a level. So it's like achievement-based levels. So you have to successfully find a card if you want a level. And then the major arcana will have abilities based on what level you are. Overall total level, not like level in any particular card. And then I can just lock abilities out behind higher levels, and then I can have as many as I want. I only put the 3 initial ones in because it's what I had already, but... So I'm streaming, not looking at video making clips? Nice, nice. I should do that sort of thing myself, and I never do. But let's be real here. Most of the game dev isn't that interesting, so I can't imagine probably clips that well. Fortnite probably clips a lot better. How is the Fortnite going? He says he's never in his life played Fortnite. I've seen people play it. I know what it is, obviously. Also, I have a new card. Oh, if it works. Can it work, buddy? This one stickies enemies to it, and then you can bash things with them. It's only half programmed, so it does what it's supposed to, but it doesn't do it well. I need explosions with it. Getting back to one round, got it. Second on that. Right, we won a round. Oh, sorry. I read that one just differently, confused the government. Won a round and got a second on it. Not bad. That's like second out of what, like 50 or something? Isn't that how it worked? I think that? Or was it... Is that the number we're talking about now? I think I saw Ninja play it like for like an hour one day just to see why everybody was. And I think that's all I've ever looked at Fortnite in my life. Alright. Noise, noise. Getting second out of 50 people is not nothing. This is my other cool new thing. Wee. We flying. Wee. They fold too. Flappy, flappy, double jump, flap, flap. Ninja in 2009 at MLG Anaheim. He was a baby like 13 or 14. Oh my god, a baby ninja. a long time ago. Isn't he like 4,000 now or something? I have no idea how old he is. I literally have no idea. He could be like super young. To be fair, being younger than me isn't exactly challenging in this day and age. Get along in the game dev tooth, if you know what I'm saying. Sure feels like it some days, if you know. Backache. Oh, why? Just saying. Late 20s? Oh, he's a youngin'. He's a little baby. Oh my god. Late 20s? Yeah, I mean, I'm 45 now at this point. I'm just saying, I look, hopefully better than my age, but I sure feel my age, if that makes any difference. Yes. Yes, I sure feel my age. Stupid ad. I only have 3 minutes worth of ads on, but apparently they come up out of nowhere. I am not using this. I do not care. I don't think I'm going to go back to select a card if nothing is selected. Am I? No, because why? Like, it's not going to unselect the card. Yeah. Indeed. Where did I put that? Do 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 do. Where do I put those? I don't know. Welcome back. I've been best viewer now. Banned. I Ghibli'd a bunch of my emojis. Some were kind of funny. Made like 10 attempts with ChatGPT to Ghibli him. I was like, Ghibli. And then ChatGPT's like, you gotta come back tomorrow. I'm like, okay. But if you ask it how many you have left, it's like, you can do as many as you want. It's better to not do them in patches of more than 1 to 3. And then it's like, oh, we can't do any more. I'm like, But I Ghibli'd the photos too. For the paintings, so now they've been, I mean, if it comes out to be a problem, I can always just apply a different filter to them so they're not Ghibli'd or whatever. I don't have to do an AI thingy, but... Oh, you can get up there. I believe in you. Kind of. I don't know if I believe anymore. Maybe. Get up. Yep. They've been Ghibli'd. So now they're Ghibli'd pictures of the room. Of course, now they're really bright. And she looks terrible in there, and I might make her 2D. To be honest. I also put in 2D things you can rescue to take to the painting world. Yeah. Because I figured, you know, rescuing things to take them back to the painting world would only make sense if they were like 2D. Oh, well, thanks. I did a bunch of work on Patrick and things like that too. He's way different now. A bunch of things are getting changed, but I'm getting pretty close to the first test version for certain. Yeah, now I have little 2D thingies like that, and they're like fake 3D. Like, you know, that they're obviously just a weird picture wandering around. So you can tell that they're not real, and you can look and see that they're clearly not there. And these are what you take to the painting world. Whee! Can I get him through? He's so big. Stupid corgi. Oh no, I didn't grab him. Oh no! I'm so bad at my own game. Wait. Do I not have the Emperor on? Oh, I guess the Emperor doesn't work right. Well, I did just change a bunch of things, so hear me out. I didn't realize that one had been changed in such a way that it no longer worked either. I had to go back and fix every tarot card because they were all worked around having the 3 copies of the card. And, they don't work like that anymore. So, yeah. Yeah, they don't. I've since learned, though, that whenever, you know, I fall in distance, I have to sound like I'm falling, like, the biggest distance. Because any small distance is just not good enough. You gotta really mean it. Like, you're falling. Like, no. Ham it up a bit, I guess. I wish there was a slow-mo option. I should program one in. It's just a dev slow-mo. So whenever I fall some distance, I can hit the slow-mo button and make it longer for no apparent reason. I could program that. It wouldn't be that hard. Time dilation is a simple setting in here. Run off with them. Ooh, I'm going to re-render these. They're a little better. I actually took these from when I was doing the 2.5D version of this early on, where everyone was this kind of way. Now they're not, so yeah. But it cost me nothing extra. Nothing at all. Woohoo. Because they're just pictures. Alright, buddy, get in. Get in the burning. And then he's in there. You're like, woo. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know. The big problem I'm having right now is I was dumb when I decided to do this, and I made a lot of the characters female. Because I based the initial concept on Jack the Ripper, but if Jack the Ripper put souls into dolls. Do you see where this is kind of a problem? Because, like, everybody I know is a guy. There's not many male voices in the game. It was so dumb. Why did I do this? Thanks for me. And now he appears in the painting world. Yay! We'll have to see. I mean, some of the little enemies, like the little dopey enemies, could potentially be something like that. But most of the main characters, it's like, well, huh. Yeah, it was a big mistake in that regard. Definitely a terrible calculation on my part. Yep, now there's an option for new rescue toys. The little button appears and opens these up if you have the right numbers, and then there'll be tarot card in there. I have all the tarot cards collected, so clearly they won't be there. And one for paintings, too. I need to make that picture better so it has a thing there. One for all the paintings you save. You were going to get 3 different ability cards here all along a chain, but now, since there's only 1 copy of each of the major arcana, I guess you're just going to get like the major arcana ability and then just level ups for doing the others. These later level ups are going to be real hard. In a way, it's kind of like grinding, except for that you don't ever have to fight for them. Well, that's not necessarily true. You might have to do some fighting, but you don't gain experience from fighting, so. I finally found a way to make leveling, you know, achievement-based. Like they do sometimes in D&D, where you've achieved a milestone. Milestone leveling, there you go. So if you can find all 18 paintings and free them up, you can gain the level from this. I'm not sure how the curve's going to go on this, like, if it's just fixed stats you get every time, and then abilities unlock as you get farther in, or what? Oh yeah, some of the other paintings. They look pretty cool, Ghibli. Not gonna lie. Much better than before. Before they looked like a photo. Yeah, the milestone leveling. Which I think is more fun because it forces you to explore everywhere. Because, you know, if with grinding, you just find the best grind spot and then grind away, right? That's how you get max level in any game, or how you just get good levels. You just find a great grind spot and you just sit there, and that's super boring. But you do it because that's how RPGs work. That's what you do in an RPG. And I hate that. I never have had fun doing that. It's just always something that you do because you gotta. So I'm like, But now you're gonna have to. The worst ones come from, like, I think the crystal balls and the 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 toy maker's logs, like TS audio logs, and collecting all of each of them will get you a level too. Guess not like that, but for Easter eggs in the game, like secret unlock or tarot card. I mean, like the certain cards are locked behind having to find specific things to make them happen. Like 4 of the cards are locked behind finding things. Though, I think with you wanted to find all the things for 2 of them, and then the other ones you got to find everything. So they're like 2 late game cards. A lot of it revolving around a choice that you make in the game, which way you want to go with it. And then the world is hidden away as well behind, well, the better ending. Like, there's gonna be 2 endings. You only get the world if you get the better ending. I spent a lot of time reading what these tarot cards mean and the meta research. Since I found out that the world means a completion of a journey, like achieving your goals, you get it last. Speedrunner's gonna hate that one. Because, yeah. It takes a lot of steps. I don't want to spoil how to get it, but it'll matter. I don't think I'm gonna have like just Easter egg achievements specifically to get them. I want you to get them. Like nothing that's so impossible to figure out. However, like so the 22 major arcana won't be that hard to figure out, except for the world, I guess. Yeah, that'll be the only hard one. But the other 56 cards in the minor arcana, I can do whatever I want with, because those only give you +1 level. They aren't required for the abilities, because the major arcana unlock the ability chains in the first place. So if you can't find that major arcana, you get none of its abilities. I mean, the world's kind of like Exodia. Because it's the last card you get, it will be very, very good. And you will need it. Because the fights after, for when you finally get it, at that point, I don't have to hold back at all. I just get to make them the hardest, freaking obnoxious things possible. I have mechanics planned for them. But, like I say, I don't want to make the major arcana hard to find, but the other 56 cards are pretty much a free roll, whatever I want to do with them. Like, I can hide them behind puzzles, I can hide them behind, like, there's a thing that reveals invisible stuff in the world. I totally have that waiting for you. I mean, I've got so many things to play with. And I'm only going to make some of the tarot cards required. Like, certain abilities, like the Fool's required because you can't bypass stuff in the beginning otherwise. The Magician's required, again, you just can't get anywhere without it. The Empress is required, the Hierophant's required. You don't need Temperance, you don't need Strength. You don't need, you'll probably need the Chariot at some point. But I really don't have, like, a lot of them aren't going to be necessary. So far, they don't necessarily have traversal abilities. It's just the ones with traversal abilities and the Fool, because there's just no other weapon to break stuff in the very start of the game, so you just can't get through the various vents and stuff without it. Any other weapon could break it if you could get one, but it's kind of rigged to need it. So it'd be interesting to see how low a level you could beat the game, but then that also means like the later bosses are going to have a lot of, mostly a lot of health. I don't know if we're going to do attack and defense necessarily. Maybe I will. I'm not sure how I'm going to set that up yet, because I'm just now building the leveling system. Came out with these games like Vampire Survivor Make a Bonk. After the game is out, it does well, you can do a game like that, but play as the main character and fight waves of various enemies. That's fair. I mean, you know, I could just have rooms where you fight waves of enemies too. I mean, to be fair, there is no cap on the spawns in this game. Like, the enemies can just keep coming and coming and coming. So if you just stand there, the waves just keep coming. Like, they never actually stop. Like, I mean, there was, like, varying amounts of delay between each thing and how often it sends things after you, but there's no cap. You could fight forever in the same spot if it made you happy. There's almost no gain to doing so. You gain money. probably fair. I mean, a lot of the tarot cards are just OP as hell, so you can go basically indefinitely. A lot of them loop for infinite everything. Like, essentially you can... Well, I mean, assuming... Once you have the world, you don't have to worry about darkness in general, so that's just... If you don't have that, you can loop various things to make it so you perpetually gain sanity and curse back by alternating stuff. Such as the star lets you trade health for sanity. So you could use that to gain a bunch of sanity back and then use any one of the heals in order to get your health back up, and you could just loop that forever. The devil simply reverses how the curse works entirely. So in that point, being in the darkness actually gains you sanity, but then you gotta find light. But you can just turn it off too. So that one is its own infinite in a way. These are the later abilities. You won't just, when you first pick the card up, you won't have all the abilities for it, but as you progress in levels, you'll gain the abilities. It used to be you just had to find other copies of the card to unlock them, so you weren't going to get them early on either way. So that's a... There's lots of ways like that to go infinite, and then some things just do incredible damage, like AoE damage. Such as like the Moon's thingy, or the Hermit's also a great AoE toy. I think the Hermit's just overpowered against things because it involves running away. But I guess it depends on what waves of things you're fighting, because waves of things that don't chase you are pretty terrible against the Hermit. Actually, they're really good against Hermit, and things that do chase you are terrible. But then you have stuff like the Chariot, which would completely ruin any of that because you just fly overhead. I haven't given the Chariot an attack yet, but I guess the enemies could have projectile weapons, so maybe. That's a thing. I mean... Yeah, I don't know, it would probably be pretty fun to have, like, fight rooms. I would probably just add, like, you know, some sort of DLC that just was fight waves to this game. I don't think I'd make a whole game separate for it. I don't know if that would be enough of a game to make it worth it. But as a cool, like, maybe like a free DLC if the game sells well, it's like, oh, yeah. Fight endless waves just because you can. Maybe even give you an option to just default yourself to max everything just to see, just to make it, you know, so people can leaderboard it or something, so you don't have to grind your way up to it. Just like, yeah, have infinite, whatever you like. That'd be an interesting idea. Where's the ideas thingy? Where's my to-do list? I'll add it onto the ideas thingy. I think I put the ideas somewhere else, but for whatever the case, they can be here. Oh, no, they're here. DLC rooms. Well, there's not really random drops in the game. Like, you don't get equipment. That's the thing. Like, you have all these tarot cards with fixed abilities. Simply finding the tarot cards, a thing like that. Killing the enemies drops only money. Or, like, you know, health refills and stuff. Like, it doesn't... This isn't a game like, you know, a roguelike where it generates random gear or anything. That's kind of why it wouldn't be that fun for very long, I imagine, because... I mean, it's not a looter shooter type of game. So I don't know what I would really use. Also, it looks like an ad's even running. I guess I'll spawn back after that. The Emperor's broken. I'm just gonna close a bunch of this crap. I don't know what the hell is open. I don't care. Oh, there's a tarot right here. Oh, okay. So you're back. Yeah, as I was saying, it's not really a looter shooter, so it doesn't generate random equipment. So it seems like it would get boring pretty quickly. I mean, you could use your abilities to effectively go infinite forever. Especially if you had max level. I don't think you would ever die. I would keep making it harder and harder, I guess. But without any kind of new upgrades or something like that, I don't think it'd be that fun. Definitely not as a whole game. But I mean, the game's just not built around random loot drops. Not. Everything's a fixed thing in the game. I'd be more likely to probably set up for like speed runs or something like that. I mean, I could put a reward behind, you know, killing enough enemies in a particular room, like just some, I don't know, just a bonus level or something, or like a battle arena or something, maybe. I thought about a battle arena at one point. That'd be a pretty late game ad if that's the case. Like, I'm not sure I'm going to do that, but I might. Why didn't the Emperor work? Huh. It's probably on here that I'm missing something. Ah, this. But maybe. We'll see. It's on the list of ideas as potential things. And with the DLC, I could make something interesting, probably. Like I said, if the game does well, then I'm going to probably just start releasing DLCs, probably for free, and just small DLCs to add things to the game, you know, anything that gets more people to like the game. But that's if the game does well. If the game does bad, well, anyway. Indeed. Oh, come on, equip this first before you jump in the pool. You have different particles for it now. Particles, particles. You basically just jump across the water, though. That's really what the Emperor's best about. You can just jump across the water, boing, boing, boing. Hidden secret fun ability. It's because you have unlimited jumps underwater. That's how I let her swim. Swim. Swimming! She's like a water skipper. Water skipper! Here to get through that. I was thinking about that. If you did something, you start with nothing but a weapon, and since the enemies drop money, and have a slot machine, they can use the money and you can get tarot cards that way. Make the waves progressively harder. Sorry, I just stone thinking of stuff. Nothing wrong with that, man. I like ideas. I mean, you would just random into the abilities, would essentially be it. There wouldn't be any new abilities. It would just be which tarot cards did you get first, I guess, and then how often you gain levels. Maybe. I mean, it's an interesting idea. Money drops used in I mean, it might become a thing. It sounds like an interesting thing there. Depending upon how lucky you got, it could be really, really hard or really, really easy. Depending, you know, I mean, like certain cards would just be so overpowered initially, and other ones would just be complete trash. I have to set up differently because certain ones don't have any abilities early on, and I'd have to start you with, you know, I don't know, maybe the Fool, just because it's the de facto starting weapon. Ugh, hair in the mouth. Gross. But it's not a bad idea. I mean, like I said, you put more thought into it than I have, and it doesn't sound like a horrible little DLC to play with. If anything, it would probably be a better streaming game than this is. Well, you can't. The game's not built to play with friends anyway, so I guess it wouldn't be the best streaming game either way. It would just be something you could do as an extra feature. If I had a little battle mode where you could fight your friends in something like this, people would love that. But the problem is, again, the game is just not built for it. Like, it from the ground up, it isn't built to work it at all. So you'd have to redesign everything. And it just wouldn't. It's just very unlikely that multiplayer is ever a thing, so... To play with your friends battle arena thing, you wouldn't work, but just a battle arena by itself, maybe. So now I need to decide how we're going to do these levels here. Yeah. I think it'll be fun, like, the first time people go through it. Maybe some people will, like, speedrun it. It's probably not going to have, like, huge staying power, because single-player games often don't. But as long as people, you know, get really excited by it at first, I mean, you know. I'm hoping it's also a good speedrunning game, too, because... I mean, it'd be so cool to see, like, at the Games Done Quick marathon or something like that. Have my game there. Hell yeah. Because, I mean, I used to like speedrunning. Don't really do it anymore, but I used to like it. No. I just don't have time. If I did... I guess if I streamed and had, like, you know... it is like a regular job, I'd probably do it more. I could have, like, speedrun days, though. Just days where I just pick a game and... Well, the problem with speedrunning is you just sit there with the same game forever. But I mean, there's like people like Caleb Hart, who's like gets a disgusting amount of people watching him just play Final Fantasy VII over and over and over. So apparently you can make a streaming thing like that, but I would get bored playing the same game over and over. I could play Arena or something. Haha, play Match, because I've wondered about having, like, you know, non-game dev days. Just stream on the weekends too, but make those a variety day and not a game dev, because my brain will explode if all I ever do is game dev. I can do like 5 days a week of it, maybe 6. It'd be sick. Me like that a lot, which I used to try to beat on Mario Bros. And that's what. Yeah, speedrunning's fun. I mean, you know, if you got a game you just like playing over and over. I mean, I'd probably just play Metroidvanias over and over because that's probably that's usually what I do. Because I did Symphony of the Night and Jet Set Radio Future was the other one I did a lot of speedrunning for. But again, like, this was like 15 to 20 years ago, so none of my records are going to be good by today's standards at all. I don't even remember what they are because it's been a long time. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. So maybe I'll try that on the weekends or something like that. I'll just like do maybe some variety thing. Maybe I'll take up a game and speedrun it. I don't know what I would speedrun though. Something I try doing. Maybe something to do with my stream too. Yeah. It's kind of fun. I learned how to speedrun Chandelar, which was an old school Magic the Gathering RPG. Because the speedrunning tech for it was so simple and stupid that I was like, alright, I gotta do this. So I did the speedrun text. I watched them go do it. It took me 15 minutes to beat the game, and I was like, yeah, that happened. It wasn't fun enough that I'd ever want to do it again, but it was so dumb. Yeah. I don't like speedrunning games with random drops, particularly. Because then your speedruns are dictated often by chance on how well they do. Like, it's a lot less skill. Like, you can do things to minimize the chance, but there's always going to be that chance there. That's like when I would do Symphony of the Night thing, and there was always that chance, like the Christigrim dropped. If that weapon dropped, you could just nuke everything in the game. It was stupid. But the odds it dropped was so low. But if you ever got it on a run, you were golden. Later on, like the tech is so good that you don't even do that anymore. But at the time, your run would drop like 20 minutes in length because of this stupid weapon. So, like if you're playing Diablo 2 and it starts just like raining legendaries upon you, you're gonna get a real good run. And so I usually prefer skill-based if I can. I also don't like glitch runs particularly. Like, glitch runs are fun the first time you do them. It's great. You do the first glitch, it's super cool. We'll start this down. And then it's the same way every time. It's no longer unique because you've seen it done a million times. It doesn't prove you're very skilled at all because you're just repeating the same glitch steps over and over and over. It's not interesting. It's usually the ones where you're trying to play the game as relatively as fairly possible, but then trying to beat it as quickly as possible, that are the most long-term fun, I find. The other ones are just really funny to do, you know, a couple times. You're like, okay, well, I'm gonna do the super fast version just for funsies. Like, there's a Bloodstained, you know, run where you spend most of your time and you're like phasing through walls and stuff, and at some point you pop out in like the boss room after like phasing through walls for like 5 minutes or something, and it's like, was that fun? That doesn't sound fun. Like, it was cool the first time, I'm sure, but okay. You're not really playing the game, you're just using the same glitch every time to skip the whole game. Like Mario 64, you jump slide backwards. Yeah, exactly. Like, once you do that once, it's like, that's cool, but that's every time you play now. Like, you never do anything but jump slide back up the stairs. That's the whole run. Fun. Like, so I don't like runs where you don't play the game. Other than, like, the first time, where it's funny. So the first time I'll do the glitch once or twice, because I think it's awesome. Never again. Yeah, it ruins it. You're not playing the game. And I get it. You know, if your goal is the glitched run, your goal is to, you know, get as fast as possible in that category, and maybe you like that. Maybe you just enjoy doing this robotic thing over and over. Cool, congratulations. You know, that's awesome. It's not for me. Not for me, though. Nah. Trying to decide what the other levels are going to be like for this. I haven't even thought about it. And it's such a change to the game. But yeah, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do some variety streaming on the weekends or something. I don't have much else going on. Trading has been so dead for a while. Now it's just, do people sell me a collection? No? Okay, I'm bored. That's kind of it. How am I factoring in damage? Or how am I going to upgrade the abilities? And the system is not built for upgrading random abilities at all. Because all of them are so varied. Maybe. It's been real quiet. I just stream and try to work on the game periodically and have my usual health problems other than those. That's it. That's what I do now. I haven't really gone many places or done much of anything. But I've definitely found it to be slow. I went to the office today and I hadn't been there in like a week or two. That happens. There have been plenty of points in my entire trading career. There have been whole months where I never were there because just nothing happened. People didn't want to trade, or there was no collections to buy, and then I'll get a bunch of business and then nothing. And it really started being that way around Magic 30. That's really when things changed a bunch. Gonna go past that at work AM. Have you done anything? Oh yeah, thanks for swinging by, man. Hanging out and chatting. Hope you sleep well. Thanks for the idea. It might make it, you never know. We'll see if the game's popular enough. Yeah, catch you later, man. We'll see if I can solve the mystery of how I want to do these upgrades. Man. All these abilities have upgrade, like, they're not, they don't work the same. So upgrading, they can't have a universal upgrade setup. They have to have like a varied upgrade setup, which... I mean, do I just have a damage for level 1, 2, 3? Do I do that? Not all of them have damage. Hello, Potion. Pretty good, pretty good. I giblied some emojis for funsies, and they came out kind of fun. Like, I really like this one. Some of the other ones didn't come out so great, but they only let you do 10 a day, so I was playing around with them. Took quite a few tries, and the initial ones didn't work out so good at all. Oh, now yours up, that's fine. Yeah, this one didn't come out so good because it was one of the early ones there. If it's your stream, you can gigantify things for free. You can gigantify an emote. Normally it costs 30 bits, but when it's your stream, you can just sit there and do it to your heart's content. So I just use it to show off my emojis. But yeah, you go over to, yeah, you go here and you click the little bits thingies and then gigantify an emote. Find the emote you want. See if I can find one of them, like the wink, and then gigantify. Or if you want to get crazy, it's like message effects, I believe. No, that's not the one. Can change an emoji here, open emoji picker. I can take this one here. Right. That didn't emoji pick it, did it? Modify, that's what it was. Yeah, modify one of these ones here. I can only modify these ones? That's weird. Why only those ones? Alright, we'll modify it anyway. And then I can go here, gigantify it. Aha! That's right. It's obviously terrible, but hear me out. Like, it's funny. And I have unlimited points on my own thing there, so I can do whatever I want to them. But there's only so many things you can modify, and it's not letting me modify half of them, which makes me really sad. Grayscale. Flip it for some reason. Squish it. Oh, have her like anything like that. I don't know why you would do this, but sure, why not? Ah, poke her in the eye. Poke. Yeah, you can do some fun stuff. I do that periodically. But I gigantify them all the time because, again, it's free. I just get to do it all I want. And why not? Why not? That one didn't come out as good because, like, the little thing on her face is a bit off. Like, you see this one here. It's not. They didn't get the thing. As I got farther in, I got much better at telling it what to do. You can see this one was farther in. This one was farther in. Then this one was way early. This one was farther in. This one's also farther in. This was the last one I did. It gave it a very fun toy look that I think I like better than the other ones, but whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna go through and do a bunch of them because The problem I have, well, actually, the problem I have with mine is that she just like this is just Poppet's picture, but the problem is that they don't look good for emojis. Like there's too much detail. That's the big problem with them. Like they don't stick out, and that's why I was replacing them all because they're just not. Like, I mean, she looks all sad, but there's so much detail that you cannot see because normally they are like tiny. So you just see that, and it's like, cool, great. They don't. Yeah, like, it's not that great. These ones are a bit more expressive, so you can kind of see them a little better. Even then, they're not huge, but you kind of get the idea. Well, just all the ones I made for my characters are just, you know, using essentially renders of the characters and all that, are just, they're too detailed, and they're just, I mean, they're designed to be look like they're just pictures of the character. And that just doesn't... Details don't come through very well when you shrink it down. You want, like, the most simplistic stuff possible. Because, well, people can't see all the details. Unless they're going to gigantify it, but I'm the only one who gigantifies my emojis. If other people want to, that's great, because it costs 30 bits per. Not, I don't get to change. I would have made it free if I could. I just so people would gigantify them. But I don't control prices on those three things at all. Much to my sadness. Let me come back to the leveling on this simply because I'm uncertain how I want to go progress forward. Like, is it... Let's say I just add other ones here just for funsies, and I'm just going to number them up. I'm not sure what I'm doing with them yet, but yeah, I don't know. I'll play around with the little thingies. It'll come out cool, I'm sure. Oops, why did I just do whatever I just did? Don't add whatever child I just added. Hey, server trap, how's it going? I think I missed another emote too, because I was spamming. It was over on the YouTubes. No? Hey, I see a Stream World Hub. How's it going? Oh, sorry, Stream Hub World. I was busy spamming the Twitch chat with the gigantified emojis, and man, it hid everything on the main chat. So what's cooking? It's the main change here that I'm building into the game right now. This I did last stream, but I've been adding to it and fixing up everything because it's forcing a massive change to all the code behind. But essentially, now when you get these, it's going to have multiple levels, and each level is going to have what they do. And there's only going to be like the 22 major arcana in the game. However, the minor arcana are going to be in the game. So the 56 other cards are going to be in the game. And every card you get gives you plus a level. And there'll be abilities for these things that are locked by what level you are. You know, requiring like level 5 to use this one like that. And any tarot card gives you a level. You don't grind to get levels. It's essentially milestone leveling, or achievement-based leveling, effectively, where you have to find your levels. And this lets me have way more upgrades if I'd like for things like, you know, different stats and things like that, new abilities that show up like that. It also makes more sense and more thematic to collect an entire tarot deck than to collect 3 copies of the Major Arcana like I was doing. That's kind of weird. It also means I get to remove all the other upgrade thingies, like, you know, the health upgrades, the sanity upgrades, curse upgrades, those things like that. And instead just say, hey, you get a certain amount of each of these stats every time you gain a level. So then it's just finding the 78 total tarot cards, which is already a lot of things to find, which is why I was going to take out the other upgrades, because at some point, there's only so much space to hide stuff. But yeah, this is the thing like that, and I'm going to make it look better. This is just the initial layout of the things. How many abilities they have, and eventually I'll add more. And what I'm trying to figure out now is how I'm going to add, change the damage on these things for each of the levels, like how I want to go about it. I mean, because I know ways I can do it, but what way is going to work the best? Because other ones will probably cost less, I guess. So that'll have to be a check essentially when it gets to that level. Like it checks all the cards to see if you have a new ability and then applies them. I guess is how I'm going to have to go about it. But the problem is a lot of these abilities are so varied in what they do that unless it's just a straight damage upgrade or a healing upgrade, it's going to be a real pain. Like, it's like, okay, well, this one here, you know, makes it where you can see hidden things out there a lot easier. Okay. Some of these ones I'll probably have to program in individual stuff for each thing to do, so it's going to be kind of a problematic. I don't have a very good system for them because all the abilities are so varied. So some things might just not scale with levels, or they just gain new an ability. It might just be the weapons that scale in damage or healing, and then all the other ones that just have abilities, just new abilities unlock for them. Because, I mean, the magician just costs less. I mean, it could reduce costs, I guess. The cube does damage, but the cube damage is based entirely upon another calculation somewhere else and not... Basically, I'm going to have to sit there and try to fold everything into a new system for this. And that's going to take a bunch of reprogramming. It's better because you have progression in the game. I didn't progression previously. No, well, not really. Like, I had gain new abilities, but you gain... nothing else. Like, it's just 3 unique abilities for each thing, and that was what you did. I guess you could gain stats, but you had to find them, and it was weird. I don't know. It was wonky. I think this is more thematic, but I never planned how I was going to upgrade, and one of the big issues was later tarot cards were going to be useless. It's like, okay, well, you got the Fool in the beginning, but does the Fool do enough damage to even be relevant later? I doubt it. So that's a problem, you know? It's like, about that. So that's been the main thing I'm doing. Yesterday, I say the last stream I went and redid a lot of the system. Today I've been only working on the menu for it to show what it does. And I can show what it does, it's just I gotta figure out what I want to program in for each thing. I mean, I'll use the Fool as the best example to build with. I'll just work off of it. Thankfully, I just have these, you know, inside of the struct, I have map variables for various things, so I can just add to these and never change the struct. Because I was going to search these anyway. Yeah, that's set up. I also found a whole bunch of other tracks that I got, you know, from Humble Bundles and stuff to listen to. So yeah, I'm put those different music in today. Some of it's pretty bad. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. I mean, this new system, with the way it's set up, it used to be that, you know, I just had to go through each card here, and I had like 3 versions of each card, so each one had their own individual thing. But now it's just tarot cards here, and I just find them based on an integer, essentially, for which one it is. And I guess I just cycle through each to see if you have it. Man, I'm gonna need a good system for keeping track of if you have these or not. Or maybe it's just when it goes through, like you get a tarot card and it searches all of them to see if any of them match and then applies whatever their thing is. Maybe. I don't know. And then once I figure out that, I can figure out how I'm going to add it on the menu. Because originally I thought I would just upgrade Poppet, like having like an attack and defense stat, and then that would just increase numbers. I could also give her like a magic defense and a magic attack thing as well. I could do the 4 stats and call it square. And then have calculations for how each of the things work. Maybe that's the answer. Because there's 4 suits in the tarot, right? So, you know, what the wands, the pentacles, the what, swords and chalices, I believe the ones. And all those could coincide with a stat, and if you get a particular suit, it could give +1 to the stat or plus whatever number to that stat as a side thing, and then that could affect all the stuff that's based around that. And then instead of having to have a specific level that shows up for these things, I would just have the various abilities that unlock, and then I would just simply have it the calculations for the stats in there, like just what its multipliers are, or its formula for how it does the things. As opposed to having individual levels that have, you know, some sort of thing that, like, an upgraded version of the stats that it works off of. That's got to be easier to program, because otherwise, like I said, the problem is they all do different things. Like, if they were all just weapons that you just attacked with or whatever, it'd be really easy because I would apply the math the same way. But since every single ability in the game is different in what it does, that's rough. But I can also control which tarot cards were better at that point too. They give me a greater, like, variation. Because, you know, right now it would just be, hey, you got levels, and anything that's been everything just levels up. And now if you had to find specific cards attached to a stat, and I'm just gonna make them all give you, like, you know, health, curse, and sanity. They'll all give you some. You won't get much sanity. That'll be the stat I give the least about, and health will probably be the one you get the most, I guess. I don't know. It'll be interesting to balance all that crap. It'll be a very odd leveling system for certain. Maybe I do that. I just am really failing at a good way to conveniently add all the different abilities for that. Unless I want to just sit there and go, okay, well, each new level has new damage thingies attached. Then to apply that, it would have to check the level for each of these one there and find whichever one is the highest that you have. And then apply those numbers. But then the downside of that is I now have to put in calculation, like, various numbers for 66 abilities in the game. For each level that they're going to change at. So it'll be like 66 times... Let's say each thing changes 4, or actually like 5 times. Why not? Hey, you know, let's write down 330, you know, different sets of stats. That scales really badly. It does let you have more unique stuff, but I could also just work off of a calculation for each one, and then I never have to do another one, and that scales far better. And the calculation could just be, you know, X stat times whatever. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I mean, like, what the calculation will be, but I mean, I could do that. Adding stats to Poppet is quite easy because she just has the player stats, you know, thing that she pulls from, so I can just add whatever I want here. I actually put them in here initially anyway. I thought I might use them. Why would I have a separate blueprint? I mean, each of the weapons has a weapon, you know, has a blueprint for that weapon. And then I have to go, okay, well, yeah. Well, I mean, the calculations, if I'm just going to do one calculation, that's not going to be that bad. But I basically have to check which level Poppet has and then decide how I'm going to apply the things like that. And I could just sit there and go, okay, well, which level is Poppet? And then figure out the damage. And it's kind of what I have now is what level is Poppet times, like, whatever their damage increases or something like that. That's what I set up initially. And it's actually, I believe, the test ones, I'll have them there. And I did it on the weapon parent. I put it on the other ones too, on the like projectile parent and stuff. So technically it already does that. But the issue with that is that, well, I can't really have very unique scales on things or anything like that. It's just literally, they're all applying the multiplier. Unless I want to go at the individual level for them. But then again, not all of them work the same either. Like, a lot of the abilities don't have a blueprint because they're just on Poppet, right? Like, the Emperor doesn't have a blueprint. The Emperor just checks and applies a shield on Poppet that says, hey, are you underwater? Okay, cool, then this works. Or do you have me? Okay, great, you're protected, otherwise you die. There's other things that trigger this ability, but like the water and things like that, all over the place. But the ability's on Poppet. It's not like a weapon that's equipped or anything. Some drop projectiles, some change your form, some, you know, they've all got such weird abilities. Some just reveal things in the world. The magician picks stuff up, so it calculates against other things. It itself doesn't have a blueprint at all. It just goes, it triggers the magician stuff on other things, so it would have to be built into her because... And I can do all these things, it's just, I'm just looking for a way I want to go about it that makes the most sense. Because it wouldn't take that much to make it based on a stat. And then just go like the weapon parent, apply those, and then I have to go through, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to adjust costs or not. I might just leave the costs as they are. I want a way that involves the least amount of balancing on my end, which for this many abilities is going to be rough. But at the same time, if I have it set up where she has 4 stats that it bases off of, then I can restrict how often things go up based by simply giving you those tarot cards in a particular area. So, like, you know, getting magic attack up means that your things you throw with, like, you know, projectiles and stuff would do more damage. I mean, like, yeah, maybe that's it. That's like, you know, projectile attacks versus not. Essentially, just make magic all the projectile stuff and all the physical stuff the other. Because I don't really assign physical or magical to anything in particular. I'd have to arbitrarily decide what is what. Or it can just be level based and just like apply the bonus just straight across with levels. It's kind of already set for that. Like I say, it's probably the least amount of work. It means I don't have to have anything special in the other ability things. It's just literally unique abilities that they're given. Huh. These things aren't necessarily hard to program. I'm just debating on which way to go with it. That's really the problem before I run with it. But yeah, like the system right now, it's already programmed in. It doesn't reflect the damage numbers in the menu yet, so that's a thing that would have to be added, but that's not a big deal. This system does already exist, so I have a level in the upper corner there, and I can just start increasing her level. Level 5, she hits for like bajillions. She hit for like 150 there. 135. Give her a few more levels. Now she's like level 11. Couldn't even see the number there. It died so hard. 242. $528. I mean, yeah, that already exists. Might be what I go with. I like to discuss things out loud because then I decide if it's actually dumb or not. Yeah, so he just does way more damage. So maybe that's what I do. I don't know. I might just leave it as that because I'm just... Now they have the ability to have so many additional things that beyond the 3. It's just the argument of what's going to happen. But I think the only major change is going to be that it's level locked as opposed to the other, and I'm taking out all the other things and instead putting in the other tarot cards. Which makes the cap level 78 for those people keeping track, but unfortunately, you just can't really add cards to the tarot, so, you know, 78 it is. No 99 for all you people. That's kind of sad. Maybe there'll be a new game plus so you gain even more levels for no apparent reason. Yeah, maybe I will just make it level based, just no additional stats. I don't think I want to do that. Like, it's so much simpler having this idea. It just comes down to I just need to include that information inside of the blueprints there, like the not the blueprints, inside the tarot menu for the thing like that, where I'll put all the stuff here and explain what the abilities do. I still have to put in all the information for some of these abilities too, and make the rest of the abilities. And then add these things in for level restricted on things like that, and decide what level you get stuff at, and... Yeah, I think I'll just keep the level thing. The stat thing is an interesting idea. I don't like the idea of having to arbitrarily sit there and figure out what stat applies to which ability. I just don't. But that's why I talk it out, because you never know. Sometimes when you say a thing out loud, it sounds incredibly stupid. And sometimes that stupid thing you thought was stupid, you say it out loud and it suddenly makes a lot of sense. Happens a lot. Happens a lot indeed. Oh, in other news, I also need 3 more wish lists to get to the 100, because I'm at 97. Very exciting. There are 7 people who have no friends in the world. No one likes them, but 3 to go. We hit that first milestone. And then life will be good. In that, I only need like another 9,900 or something. But still, advertising on X or YouTube and Imager is... Well, I got 3 wish lists from that from doing like 4 days, so that's not great numbers, but it is slowly happening. I need a lot more. I might take a bio break here real fast. Water is winning the fight. I'm drinking a lot of it. Also close the Twitch thingy. No, I didn't. I pulled it to the side. I will be right back. Yes. I was thinking about it, and the big problem I have is that, like, I can put all the information in the weapons, but I'm going to have the information also available for Poppet to use for her HUD and everything like that, so I'm going to have to balance information around. Seems like a lot of extra work there that I'm trying to avoid doing. Okay, same parent. I'm going to have to do renders of the various cards too, because I need to make special cards for them, because I don't have cards for the suits. I only have cards for the Major Arcana. So I guess as a placeholder, guess I'm just gonna put placeholders everywhere, huh? What is the order you're gonna get them in? I think I'm building on the Mega Jam game to my first stream release. Not stream release. Do all your work improvements. Again, what scope was really a difficult thing. Oh. That's cool. Glad you're finding one that's actually looking like it can be done. Guess I need to make a list of all the ones to go through. Yeah, well, I mean, simple and fun's not a bad idea. Don't be like me, you know? Don't invest years into your game unless you really want to. In which case, hey, man, that works. But for everything else, something like that. Well, that too. I'm just saying, it's a thing. Alright, so I guess I'm replacing those, and I guess I'm just giving plus $1 stats for those. Balancing on these can be very different. Less tasty. Load the stream up. I hate that I have to do this, but you know how it is. Kind of wish I just had multiple maps. Yeah, solo dev is tough. Like, I've literally just taken to telling people that if you ain't in it for the love of the game, you should pay someone else to make your game. Because you better be in it for the love of the game, because that's about all you're going to get out of it. Maybe you succeed, but you better want the love of the game. Like, it better be what you care about in life, you gonna be sad. Real sad. The good news is I don't have to worry about all these weird upgrades anymore. The bad news is I gotta make a bunch of cards. I'm just saying, it's gonna happen. Maybe I want the collector on this to be a little smaller. I don't understand people who hate the game they're working on after a certain time. I love my game. I put all this time into it and I still love my game. Now, do I get tired of fighting Patrick over and over? Yes, I do. Unless I make something new for him, I mean, it's been a minute. I've done it plenty of times. But I love all the crazy things I make in my game, so it's pretty cool. And every time I get to a new area, I'm super excited. It's like conquering a new section of the map the second I put the little room info in there and a light in there so I can run around in it safely without the world's help. The overpowered world. But just make an idea that you find fun to play. Like, if you like the idea. I mean, I love Metroidvanias. They're my favorite type of game. Are they the best thing for a solo dev? Hell no. Oh my god, why would you do this to yourself? They take forever. So many of them. Not many 3D ones, thankfully. Yeah, little things make it a little bit more. I mean, it just makes me happy. So I guess I'm just gonna go ace through king. The real difference is you have to remember that there's a page and a knight version of things like that, and then everything else is just like regular trading or regular playing cards. Ace through 10, and then you still have a king and a queen, but the page and knight cards are weird. They have meanings too. If you hate yourself, they do have meanings. That would be a no for me, dog. No for me. I'm gonna do the meanings on the other ones there. That's it. That's all. Oops. The location sucks. I was going to put a different picture on these ones, and I was going to do renders of them, and that was the plan ages ago, but yeah, about that. Well, let's move that there. It's not called Ace of Cups, it's just... No, it is called Of Cups. I can do it like this, of, and then cups, and it'll be, Okay, I'd rather capitalize these, by the way. They don't fit very well. I don't know if I like capitalizing them anymore. Like, I don't think I actually do. Maybe. It's more legible. Kinda. Which font is this? Is that really Griffey? It most definitely is. That one looks like it's... Not great. Not ideal. Like, the alignment should actually just be that, I assume. I move it over. Might decrease the size of the bottom two. They're a little bit bigger than I like. But I think I actually just have the scales as options right here, right? Looks like it's just a scale for one and name text scale. Wait, what? What do? Oh, I see. These ones here. It does just for both of them. Well, F that. I think I'd rather change them just globally, though. I half like this track. I'll add to my collection of maybe check back later if it pans out. I don't like it as much anymore. Yeah. Oh, never mind. I want like an almost kind of creepy childlike wonder, I guess. Maybe it's kind of hard to describe what I'm really looking for, but it's kind of got that. Kind of got it. Not really. Kind of got it. Main text scale. That seems better to me. A little bit better. And then the ace should probably also be there. Do you also? Sure. I don't know why I didn't just construct them all to be the same. Name text scale, name one, name two. Yeah, I don't know. But hear me out. Seems like it makes sense to just kind of make them all the same scale. That's better. And I'll get pictures together later. Maybe I just need an actual picture to go with each one, a default cup or something. Do I have a cup or anything to use as a picture? Just something I can use as a placeholder? If that's even what I'm going to do. I just want to grab some ones that look like for stats or something, but I kind of want something that's a little more unique with my stuff. Maybe there's like a little cup here or something. There's cups. Okay, well... What am I using for the other ones? Icons? All these things here? Hmm. Not really. Damn. For now, I'll just go with them having the name on them. Because I don't have a... Well, there's a pentagram there. But apparently I do have a pentagram. I guess a sword and a, Swords and wands? There's a sword and a wand. Wow, I just kind of made stuff, didn't I? But I can also just put like pictures of things like that and not do that. Or maybe I don't add the X thing and I just put names on them and call it square. It's probably better to do it that way. And I just put a picture that's different, like the overall default picture, and I just render a picture for it. I mean, at some point I'm going to want to make custom ones anyway, so it's not like it's a bad thing to do this. Alright, so I got this. And then the next one you find... It's actually pretty far away. They're not that common. I might make them more common, but... Because the Magician Room does actually have one, right? You're right. You're right. It almost feels like I should put the ace last. Because it always feels like it's so important. But if you're just doing... Yeah, I don't know. No Empress too. If you're just doing Carla, I don't know. Can't decide what I like. The aces can all be here though. Oh, I need to write the item name too. No. Nice. I mean, it's the Magician Room, so the Ace of Wands makes the most sense here. To be fair, Ace of Cups didn't necessarily make more sense than the other one, but yeah, sure, whatever. Ace of Wands. Hell yeah, brother. I'll go back up the carnival room. Ace of Cups. Well, swords and pentacles are the ones gonna be there. Yeah. I mean, I could do like swords here or something. Is there any particular meaning behind putting them in the other rooms? Not really, because the rooms don't necessarily coincide with crap, so... It doesn't really get me much necessarily. Let's open this up. It is open. And I just want to make sure it gives me +1 level. But I don't have the coding word on it or something. I haven't tested it in a hot minute, so... Yep. Ace of Cups. A weird track. Not sure I like it, but I do have a lot of low water levels, or water areas in the next thing, so by the time I get there. The next one would be not in there, not in there, not here. No, here is one. I guess get rid of this garbage. Next one's down here. They're pretty common. I mean, you're basically going to level up to about, what, 5 or 6 when you fight Patrick? Maybe? Rough guess. I might add more. I might also take out some cards out of the area because I don't know if I want them here. Oh, I didn't change the name on the other one. I changed only part of it. Damn. Pentacles. Yeah, well, yeah, brother. Back to the control room so I can not botch this. Yeah, they all say of on them. Everything's of whatever. I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. Alright, now we're at the twos and yeah, see, yeah, two, yeah, see, yeah. Whoa, hello. Well, hello there. I want it collectible through the thing. Really? Why are you so tiny? Why are you so tiny? Don't be tiny. Be big. I guess I could just cycle through them. Probably be a lot easier if I just did that and just started putting them in the exact order they appeared in. As you got farther in the game, you just got later cards in the thing. I don't see any reason to do it the other way. Why would there be a specific number? Like, unless you really want to go deep into the meaning of the individual cards, but I don't want to do that. Like, I'll go into the meaning on the, you know, the 22 major arcana, but Sneaking in 56 extra meetings? Yeah, okay. I'll get right on that, buddy. Alfredo. I guess I just go in order. I do cups, wands, swords, pentacles. And as long as I keep that order over and over and over, it'll be really easy to remember what I'm doing. And I won't leave any out. Write it down so I keep track of that. Then cups, wands, swords, pentacles. Oops. That was not the one I wanted to know. I mean, it's fine that it's in there, but not that necessary. You'll gain a lot of levels, actually. We just did 2 of cups, so pretty easy for you. 2 of wands. Actually, I need this here too. Oops. I can the chat. Oops. I didn't chat. Terrible. Do not do these things. Chat will get upset. Chat will think I don't love them anymore. Should be no good. Oops. It's fine. The good news is this will make it a lot more simpler in the future. The bad news is I have to make a lot of pictures. There's those there. Those are all ones you have to buy, so. There is no upgrade in this room. There is an upgrade in this room. Like I said, there may be more by the end because I have to hand out 78 cards. But on the plus side, there was a lot of power-ups that, you know, exist in there that I just get to now add as these things, so I'll be able to use a lot of them. There's that. I already clicked on what I was doing there, but being dumb. And then the next one, it's actually pretty far in, right? Because it's right now over here. That'll be a little out of order if I just, you know, add an extra stuff there, but whatever. It is what it is. There's none in this room. There's none in this room. There should be one in this room. I think that's all of them. There aren't that many upgrades. I mean, Annie's has a bunch of them now. My arm is so unhappy with me right now. I think as far as I know, those are the ones that are in this area. Everything else is just not there. I'll have to balance out how the stats are going to go. Any more? I mean, there's the 5 tarot cards you get here. I got the Fool, the Magician, Empress, Temperance, and the Hierophant. And then upgrade, 2 upgrade, 3 upgrades, 4 upgrades, 5 upgrades, 3 more in there, so 8 upgrades. Technically you can get Wheel of Fortune there, but I make it really expensive, so probably not. Let's say 3 upgrades is likely, and then there's 2 more, so it's like 10 total extras. 11 if you count potentially getting Wheel of Fortune. So being level 16 by the end of chapter 1 is not terrible. But you gotta remember there's 78. Oh wait, there'll probably be like, you know, a couple in the painting world. I'll probably give you 2, so we'll say 18 by the end of level 1, or chapter 1. Well, it feels like it's... I was 78. I had to practically give out 20 in every single area. But if I give it 18, I mean, at least 20 per each remaining chapter. But I hadn't intended on chapter 4 being the longest chapter. We'll have to see. Maybe I want to give them out sooner. There's only so many rooms, too. That's the other problem. There really is just only so many rooms. And the next chapters are like almost twice the size of this one, making them feel like better options. Maybe 18 is a good number here. And then there's the question of what your stats are going to be like, what kind of damage we're talking here. One of the problems is that there's a pretty big gap before you get the next abilities. You get the Fool and the Magician really fast. But then you have like the top half of the carnival room to go through, the entire toy maze, the waiting room, back through the toy maze again. Then you go to the safari room. You do a bunch of crap in the safari room, and eventually you get the Empress, which seems way too low, or way too long of a time. And then after that, you get potential at level 4, with the thing right after Patrick. And you gotta add more men. And I mean, they'll probably be like +1 level in the painting world for rescuing the first toy, and then like +1 level for maybe for unlocking the first painting you get +1 level. That means you're gonna level after getting through the toy maze. It's probably not bad. I could probably do that. Because you really, I didn't want to make the character's stats so high. I'm trying to decide what the multiplier will be for every level. Like, how am I going to do it? Is each level just a different type of stat? Is it a different calculation or what? I never did any thinking about what the best math is for like a level up curve. Like, is there a good curve for this? Like, because the problem is if you just add a fixed amount of stats, later levels won't matter. Like, they'll be ratio-wise so much crappier. I'm looking up various what the math is on these things. It's gonna take more thought than I was originally gonna put into it. I was looking over various things there. The initial problem is going to be how much it spikes at the start, and then like how good is it after that. And, I mean, the easiest world is just adding fixed stats the whole time, but like I say, at some point it quickly stops mattering. How many stats you add at that point? Like, you know, I mean, each level means so much less than the early levels. But I guess that's always true in RPGs, right? You know, the difference between level 1 and 2 is so much higher than the difference between, like, you know, level 20 and level 21, right? It's just how it is. The main upgrade will be the abilities you get, not necessarily your stats. Well, let's say that's the case, then what do I give? I was thinking like 10, 10, and 1. I don't want to give a lot of sanity because it quickly negates the whole effect of the sanity. I figured you'd probably have a bonus 10 to 20 sanity by the end of chapter 1. But every point of that is like almost an extra second in the dark, so it makes a huge difference. Huge difference indeed. And if I did 10 on each of the other stats there, I mean... I mean, because at the end of the day, that's like plus 780 health. And curse. If I start you at 100 though, I mean, I gotta make the stat that things cost enough that this is relevant. Fixed numbers are a lot easier for me to work with than some sort of ridiculous RPG, you know, logarithmic, God knows what curve thingy. It's balancing that's going to be a real pain. This, I mean, I think small ball is usually my better strategy. The damage quickly gets out of control. But on most RPGs, the enemies usually do way less, like smaller numbers and damage to you than you do to them, right? Because they're like massive HP sponges, and you're usually reliant on your healing and dodging and types of things to avoid the damage to your health is really low. Take something like Expedition 33, your characters have nowhere near the health of the bosses. Your characters do incredible damage, and they do like mediocre damage if you compared the two. But their target has way less health. That's probably fair. Then I can give the bosses disgustingly high numbers. The enemies too, and then have, you know, Poppet have really low health. By comparison. In most cases, I wanted to work on the theory that the boss could kill you in X hits. With most of their attacks. Like, their base attack could kill you in like 4 or 5 hits. And then, you know, their more powerful attacks could kill you much faster. You have healing, so, you know, it's not like you're just SOL. But I want the hits to matter a lot. Fair. So if I do that... Kind of nice to have the character cap out at 999 health and 999 curse, right? It just looks nicer. I mean, I can't cap you out at level 99. That doesn't work because there's just not 99 tarot cards. But if I did that, then your character would have like to either start with a higher amount of health or... I'll also change the number it goes up at, but I mean 78, so 10 is probably a good call. And I just base everything around that. Plus 10 makes a difference, I guess. The other option would be to add whatever the level is to the stats. Except Sandy, which you always get 1. But that'll make the first level up seem lame as hell. The later level ups will be so much more meaningful because plus 78 to the stats is going to be a lot better than, you know, the plus 1. It could also be level plus a number too. Like, I guess that would technically let me have a bit of a gradient on it. Like I could have, you know, like 5 plus level as the number that I put in there. I don't remember what the math is to figure out what that would be as far as the ending number, but that would make the early levels not so bad and the later levels get much cooler. With the final level adding 83 health and curse. Which would be a pretty big number when you're, you know, dealing with such small numbers there. Simple math because I'm dumb. So 3,081. Talk about the really weird number. It would be like oops. Did the math wrong. It'd be 3,471. It's basically 1 through 70. It's the 3,081, which makes it a weird ending number. And what's the scale we're talking here in this game? I kind of like fixed numbers better. I kind of like the idea of capping at 900. It just looks right. Like, you really want to cap at all 9s, right? Or like all 7s, I guess, could also be fun too. Or I could cap it like, you know, 780 or 7,800. You know, because there's 78 cards in the tarot. That would be kind of interesting, to say the least, but kind of an arbitrary and weird number. I mean, it's not, I guess, not that arbitrary, but given what we're talking about here, but it is a little strange. I might just stick with what I got, plus 10 each time, and then starter health lower. Maybe getting the world will give you bonus numbers. That's also not a bad idea. Like, the world could just put you at like the last bit up. I don't know. It wouldn't put you the last bit up. I mean, let's say I start you at 100, you know, with a 780, so that would be, you know, 880. Well, minus 10 because the world wouldn't be there, so 870. So the world could just give you 129 to get you the last, the 9s and all that. That big bonus for getting, you know, the last tarot. Well, the last of the major arcana. You'll still have all the numbered tarots everywhere you could get if you want. Which is true, I could put some after the world. The world doesn't have to be the last tarot. As far as the little numbered dorky ones go. Maybe I do that. Maybe I just aim for, you know, 10 for each one, start you at 100, and then just have the world give the last a bit to get you all 9s. And then just base all the balancing around those numbers. And then balancing the weapons is going to be a little harder. But I'll burn those bridges when I get there. So then, I guess by the end of chapter 1, I want you to be at, we're talking like 18 is the number. Probably fine. So you potentially have 280 health, 280 curse, which is significantly higher than I had initially planned for, by the way. Which means I probably want to give some kind of levels to the enemies, right? Something sort of like, you know, increase stats. And I guess I'm gonna start writing down things I should do, ideas here. They only have those to my knowledge. We'll say, and max curse. She starts at 100 not max sanity. Starts at 100 sanity. But I don't really want to give her 999 sanity. I think. Probably not. Because like I say, it basically represents like multiple extra seconds that she gets to stay in the dark. And 999 seconds is basically forever. Like it would defeat, I mean, you already get the world, so I guess it's kind of irrelevant at that point. But I mean, that's over 16 minutes in the darkness. That's insane. You've already got, you know, like 104. You're like a what? It's like a minute 40 or something there. What is the calculation on the sanity? Sorry for not doing any programming right now. It's just planning your stuff out before you program it is very good, because if you don't, what happens is you end up programming multiple things and then coming back later and discovering that it was a bad idea that you did something. What is the number on this? Doesn't it say? Oh, I just have a sanity recovery rate and a darkness recovery rate, and they're triggered. When do you trigger? Update sanity and curse. Does this happen on here, or is it just... Doesn't look like it. So it'll probably get started on event begin play and then just sits there forever. Sure. Every 0.2 seconds. Okay, you have way less time than I thought. Oh yeah, the dead check is much longer, sure. So I just have them parked into here. Okay, so you have so much less time in the darkness than I thought. I haven't looked at this a while, but you know, it's every 0.2 seconds. Damn, that is not long. That can't be right. 12 seconds in the dark? Is that really it? No, you have 100. It's not. So that's not right. There's no will. That makes any sense. 20 seconds in the darkness at 200. Or 100 sanity. And then, assuming I keep the souls mechanic, and not like Dark Souls mechanic, but the collect souls mechanic. Okay, so the loss rate actually becomes that. So loss rate is -1, sure, and then essentially it'll be 1.2. Okay, yeah, it's that, and then it'd be divided by... So assuming you collected no level ups, which is impossible, it'd be 16.66 seconds you had in the darkness at that point. But I'm going to assume you get more. So I think there needs to be a balance here. The balance needs to be that I expect you to have approximately the same amount of time in the darkness throughout the whole game. So I want to try to balance these stats so that you can get a little ahead of the curve, but never very far ahead of the curve, because it negates the mechanic if you can. But I forgot there's the souls thingy there, which means that every time you collect a soul from the things, it's going to be 0.2 tacked onto the loss rate. So it starts at -1. And by the time you've collected all the 5 souls in the game, it's like there's a soul for each of the major, like, you know, bosses. Maybe more, I might add ones for all things like that, but I would assume that, then that would be, you know, -2 for every 0.2 seconds. Which means that by the end of the game, you would need exactly 200 sanity to even break even from where you were with 20 seconds in the darkness. Which might not be a bad number to aim for at that point, really. It's not a bad call. I really don't want to negate it. I want you to have to use tarot cards to negate it. And there are tarot cards that can negate it. That's fine. But I want it to be an ever-present problem if you aren't using those. And I'm giving that huge bump for when you get the world. See, maybe that is the goal. I'm gonna make it like 200 as the max sanity. Just double your sanity. Unless I add more souls in. That's the other question. The other option is to simply have every boss you kill have a soul you take. But from a story perspective, that didn't make much sense. Check here. Yeah. The original story was based on Jack the Ripper, right? And Jack the Ripper killed 5 people. That's it, just 5. Wasn't even the biggest serial killer out there. I guess there were 11 women murdered during that time in that area. But they only contribute 5 to him. They were also basically older too. Like he didn't even, I used to think they were all young women. They were not. So I think I just make it where it's just the 5 major ones as things like that, and I plan it for 200. Then +1 for every level, and I just balance around that. And then you'll, by the end of chapter 1, you'll be a bit ahead of the game, but not a lot. And then you'll start chapter 2 behind the game, I think, right? Hmm. Yeah, so you have 118. Oh wait, no, it's always gonna. I was doing the math in my head, but I was getting a little scared here. But it's always going to be 20% because of the time frame on it. And then divided by 1.2. Yeah, which means you would start the next chapter at 19.66 seconds. Assuming you got everything. And if I gave you 19 stats, then you would basically be the same, right? 119. Right, no, 119.2. I guess I do anything like that. 2, and then divided by 1.2 be that. I'd have to give you 20, basically. Yeah. I'm being lazy and clicking with the mouse, don't mind me. So ideal, I guess I give you 20 because I effectively want you to always be at 20 seconds after you've beaten the boss. 20-second hero. It's not a bad idea. I just call it, it should be cursed technically. It's basically MP, it's just MP by a different name, let's be real here. So, the plan is that well, basically at that point there'd be 20 sanity each thing, but that would actually force you to get the levels. And I'm not sure I want to force you to get every level to be at even. That doesn't seem very good because that's going to be... Like, the game will get impossible unless you grind for every level, and I don't want that. That is not what I want. So maybe with a slight bit ahead, so this way if you happen to find them all, but then I gotta put a lot of stats in here. The other option is to simply make it +2 sanity per, thus making the levels a lot more valuable. I mean, every 2 sanity is 0.4 seconds you get to be in the darkness and be safe. Which is not terrible. So I could do 300 sanity and then +2 each time. Well, I mean, that gives her 256 sanity if I did +2. Is that a good number? Because I mean, that means she'll have 140 sanity at that point if she maxes out. But I mean, there's no guarantee you max out. Let's do. I mean, that's actually not that bad because if I did that number, I mean, this is your cap sanity, right? Because 140 times 0.2, because it's every 0.2 seconds it triggers. So 5 times a second, it's going to go down 1. And so I mean, like, you're barely ahead of the game if I did that number. So maybe it is +2. Huh. I thought you'd get a lot more. But 3.3 seconds is not exactly like, I don't feel like I'm breaking the game by giving him an extra 3.3 seconds in the dark. Now 6 seconds, that's a long time. See, I don't know about that shit, but 3.3 seconds. Me. So we'll do 300 insanity like that. Oops. And then let's say we run this down the thing here. Like, you know, let's go with each boss here. So, you know, how does this pan out in the long run? Oh, so at that point, if I gave her exactly 20 levels there, she's actually at, you know, only 22.85 seconds. Huh. I haven't shown that character yet. So anyone watching doesn't get to find out right now. Well, actually, these are wrong, right? Because it's actually going to be 80. Because I'm adding 40 on 2 per. So it's actually this. It's much better than I think it is, right? Well, this is going to be wrong here, like, because let's say 20 levels here. Actually, that's 20 levels here. So 20 levels there. This probably won't be exactly correct, but sure. So then let's redo the math here on this one. So 25.71's not too bad. I can live with that. Again, these aren't necessarily going to be exactly these numbers. And then you'll have 40, but this one will be divided by 1.6. So 25 seconds is actually went down. Sure, whatever. 25 seconds is still longer, you know, 5 seconds longer than when you start the game, so that's not nothing. And then we got 240. Oops. I could type it, but I'm being really lazy. Don't mind me. So like 1.8. I feel like I've done the math somehow wrong, but oh, no, I'm dumb. This should actually be 220. I don't know what level you could truly be at for this character, the final one. I don't think you'll even be able to be as high as those levels there, right? Because it's only plus 156. These numbers are wrong. They're way wrong. Because you aren't going to have every level before these. Because remember, 256 is the cap, so... Except you won't have 256 for this thing, because that's assuming you have every tarot, and you're not going to have every tarot by this boss. Because you won't have the world. Plus any ones after it, potentially. It's gonna be hard to predict this one here, but I guess this number... Well, every tarot card is -2, so it wouldn't just be like, you know, 254. Maybe 254 if I didn't have the world. I mean, let's say 254 just to see what the number would pan out to be. So, you know, 254, but by this point, it's still times 2, sure. You're still only suffering the 1.8, which technically the Requiem you would have had, it would have been reversed like this. This is actually after Vu, so after Sally. These are all after the fact. Which actually means that potentially in the best world, for that character you would have 28.22 seconds in the darkness, assuming you had literally everything, and I'm not going to give you all these stats here. Like, you're not getting all of them. I already know certain ones you're not going to get before this, so I'd have to do the math on what you would actually not get. Because... But you won't have the world, it's obvious. You won't have any version of the world. Well, there's only one version of the world, I guess, now. There used to be 3, obviously. Now there's only 1, so I'll have to tweak that a little bit, but it's okay. Well, in the good ending, you'll get 1 additional card, so there's that. So -2. Anything in the 4th chapter would not be relevant here. Because you wouldn't have played the 4th chapter at this point. But the thing is that once you have the world, it no longer is relevant. The world instantly makes you immune to the curse by darkness. You never have to suffer from darkness problems again once you have it. And you will get it by this point. But How many levels are past that? I mean, 'cause at this point, I mean, even if it was like, let's say I'm just the worst person ever, and, you know, I take 29 of the cards and put them in chapter 4. So I just literally put you at 200 and say, sucks to be you. I don't know why I didn't just mark 100 on here. Don't hate me, whatever. That still gives you 22.22 seconds in the dark. You're still ahead of the game, assuming you have collected enough. I mean, 200 means you would have collected 50 levels? Is that fair to assume that someone would collect 50 of 78 levels? Is that the number I want to expect people to be at? To be fair, you can still be fine with less than that, and you could still be at the 20. It would just be really hard. But this would be the assumption that all of the levels, you collected every level before that, right? How many levels are in the final chapter? And how many levels do I expect them to get? I gotta think of these things because I'm gonna have to, it's gonna matter in the long run. Well, there's only 78 levels. But there's really only 76 to deal with before this boss, guaranteed. Am I really gonna put 26 levels after this boss in like the final chapter? Is that really how it's gonna go? That's like a big share of it, right? Because, you know, there's only 78, so the first one was gonna have like 18, and then it was 20, 20, and 20. So, you know, obviously putting 28 in the final chapter would be weird. So I think we assume there's at least 20 levels in the final chapter. Well, there's no more than 20. We'll say that. No more than 20. Which makes 58 the new cap. It's not terrible. You have 116 extra sanity, so 216 to play with. Where's the divided by on this keyboard? Right here? Sure. That's 24 seconds. That's a long time. I mean, that's not terrible. 58 levels beforehand. Maybe I assume that's the number. And we were saying if you collected 40... I don't know why I did it that way. Oh, it's 40... So I know I didn't just type that. It's 180 would be if you had 40 levels, right? That's what it really is. Times 1.2. 36 seconds, so... divided by, and then 1.8. That's actually not bad. The assumption that you get at least 36 of the 58 possible levels would put you at even with the start of the game for how long you would survive in the darkness, which I think is pretty reasonable, right? Yeah, let's make this assumption here. So 18 and potentially 58 is the high, with 78 being the max. Though it's possible that I will not put 20 in the final chapter. Maybe. And obviously the numbers get sanity's relevant for casting some abilities, but it's no longer relevant like that. It will be relevant in other ways. I might make things that do sanity damage. Oh. There's already a thing that does reverse sanity damage, and that it actually just gives you sanity. What that actually means is you can't use any of your curse abilities. Because your curse runs out really fast because you can't regain it while you're nearby them. Really obnoxious. So the perspective leveling thing is something along... Well, that's still... Well, the thing is, they're not really separated into chapters. Like, these two don't really... Like, this one kind of has their own chapter, but... I guess I don't have to have plus 20 the whole time. I can be like, oh, you get 36 here or something, you know? Maybe like 48 before her, and then, well... does there need to be 18 before there? That seems like this one jumps so high. Oh, maybe it's like 30 or something. Like, where's the numbers gonna look? Where are we just like plus 12 levels every time? That's still not great. But you would gain all the levels, like 18 the first time, but then like there's no boss in between these ones. Like, it's possible I move Tilly before Sally, and if I do that, then it works out. Yes. Am I really doing 18 up to that point though? That's another question. Do I want... Well, because I'm making the assumption that you need to get... what was the number we figured for this here? Like, 140 sanity yields that. Like, 120 sanity should yield the same, right? Oh, but you won't get 120. It's plus 2 per, so it's never going to be an awkward number. This is actually 136 anyway. It wouldn't even be 140. I lowered the number, but well, I mean, because like 136 times 0.2 divided by 1.2. It's still quite a bit, but again, that makes the assumption you get everything. And I want to overshoot so that you don't have this problem. I could also do 3 instead, but like I say, once you get up to here, it doesn't matter anymore, so who cares for the last 20? I mean, it matters for balancing abilities, but it doesn't matter for balancing the rest of the whole darkness thingy. It's possible I can raise this number up too. And just have less in the final chapter. 70, it's such a weird number. It's such a weird number to work with. And I don't really want to do 18, 18, and 18, because that puts you at 54 by the time you fight Tilly there, and that's nuts. 18 feels like too much for the first chapter. The problem was I had 5 tarot cards and 11 thingies sitting around. Because the shop produces 4, and then there's like 2 in the painting world. But that's already like, that's gonna take people like 2, 3, 4 hours potentially. It takes me like, what, 2.5 hours to get everything now? So that's a long time. So 18 doesn't seem too bad for that. Well, I mean, 2.5 hours for me, which means I know where to go. Imagine someone who doesn't know where to go, how long it'll take them. We don't know any of the answers, so it's like, okay, cool, but... The problem is if I don't put Tilly in front of Sally here, Sally's at the end of chapter 2. And chapter 2 is almost twice the size of chapter 1. But I don't know where... I mean, I guess I can put Tilly under the water midway through. Is that what's going to basically removing a floor? And if that's the case, we just assume Tilly's like midway through and you're sitting at like maybe 24 or something when you get her. That's a little better. And then that means, you know, you'll gain 12 levels there. That seems weak. But let's say you gain 36 levels there, and just midway through you've just gained, you know, the halfway mark, I guess. I mean, I guess. And then I just do it like this with the Red Queen in between and just say you're at 46 there. 47, maybe? Just half it? Do I just plan for that? And then just leave the remaining 20? Because, I mean, these can also be the really hard to get extras, too. So, you know, kind of gives you the option. that you don't actually need them, but... And then from that point on, you'll always suffer the 1.8 mechanic, but it won't matter because the 1.8 mechanic is irrelevant once you're immune to the darkness anyway. So the mechanic is no longer relevant by 58 if you get them all. Like I said, that does assume you get the 58. When we were saying like 30 was like what, 160 or something sanity if you had level 30. Oh, times 0.2. And then divided by like 1.8. So you wouldn't want to get only level 30. You'd probably want to be closer to like 40. But I mean, if someone wants to live without that, I guess it's more power to them. There are tarot cards that let you cheat the system. So you don't actually necessarily require sanity. So you could do it with less and it'd be fine. It's not wrong. I think this might be what I go with. Because it's reasonable. At least it's not terrible. 194. And then 206. 216. 216, yeah. So that means potentially but if you actually have 216, wait, no. It's 43.2 and then times 1.8. So at that point, if we cap it at that and say you get +2 per 216, you would have 24 seconds in the darkness. No. No, it's 4 souls before that. Yeah, so it'd be like 0.18. Sure, it's 24 seconds in the darkness. And then the 194. If you're curious on the numbers. 2 divided by 1 point, not 2, 1.6. 38.8. I multiplied it. 24. So you're actually losing a bit of time there. I'm not going to necessarily adhere to this. What I'm really just doing is trying to plan in advance so I can start building all my levels with these in mind of where I'm going to have to hide the things so that you can get your level ups in a relatively timely fashion. You can get ahead of these numbers. Well, these might be just the max numbers you can get. So again, like I want you to be close to 20 most of the time, but if you happen to cap it out, then you do get a big bonus that, you know, it is what it is, right? You know, I mean, like if you want that bonus, more power to you, right? And then divided by, and this will be 1 point. Well, 1.6 to the queen, yeah, so it'll be 1.4 here, so it's not even that bad. So you're doing okay. 24.57 is not the worst. 94.57. Like a point in there, thank you. And then, you know, 154.2. And, you know, it'll be just 1.2 at Tilly. So 25.66. So you're actually literally losing time as you go along with this number. If you got max. If you don't get max, well, like I say, as long as you have 20 seconds, you can make it pretty decently. I'm going to play around you, assuming you have 20 seconds if you're lower level than that. Sucks to suck, I guess. And then that potentially means that you have 27.2 seconds at VU because there's no additional drop if you are at level 18. Since I increased the numbers from the 0.1. I think that's pretty reasonable. and you're capping at 300 sanity, but that means that at 78 you're gonna have 256, and I'll just have, well, the world will just give you whatever the last amount is. Basically it'll be 77, so 277, and yeah, no, 254, and then I'll just have the world give you like the other amount, like let's give 46. I guess I could stop it at 299, be kind of weird, but more nines, I guess. Yeah, probably doing that. I think that's reasonable. Guess I'm not doing those. Yeah, so I'm just gonna stick with the 2 on that. Oh, let's figure out a 2 on there. And tarot level, of course, you know. +1, obviously. At least now I have a metric to balance around. But now I can also make it where, you know, if I'm giving you more damage based upon your numbers, so you can have bigger, shinier numbers, because who doesn't like bigger, shinier numbers? So more damage based on your levels. This thing is making weird clicking noises. Are we breaking? Hope not. I don't really want to buy any right now. Let's take a look at it. Well, it kind of sucks. Well, I guess I put, when I was doing this, I put essentially both these 2 in the 2nd chapter, and then both these 2 in the 3rd chapter, and then the 4th chapter is something different, so that's fair. That means by the end of the 2nd chapter, you will have gained 18 levels, and then by the end of, you know, the 3rd chapter, which seemed bigger, you'd gain 22 levels, so the 2nd chapter is going to be a little light on levels, I think. But I might tweak the numbers 1 or 2 the other way. It's not like a big deal if it's like a couple off. So you have a little more time. I could also reverse the order of Sally and Tilly, I guess. But right now the level's set up so well for Sally. I guess Tilly could be underwater. It's the only place that she could be. It need to be a big area. Give her like a little submarine or something. Maybe. I don't know. That's like chapter 2 has got to be like the most loosey-goosey events that need to happen in the game. Like 3 is better planned out, kind of. The level area is not that well planned out yet, but because I had to add in extra stuff. Chapter 4's encounters are planned, but everything else is pretty up in the air on chapter 4 because it's so far in the future that I just don't care. Okay, but at least that's important things to note. Because now I have my game philosophy of how I'm going to plan my levels. And then I guess I plan that bosses can kill Poppet in about 4 hits if she's max level, right? That's a good thing to plan here. And then maybe like, you know, like strong ones, yeah, maybe like 2 to 3. We'll go with that for now. And then for each boss, I plan on how many hits. So it'd be like, you know, I guess. Required. Kill each boss. And I'm just gonna like a generic type of like hits, like, 'cause, you know, like the weapons do vary damage, but approximately I kind of want a certain number, right? Because then I can just make it so that their base numbers are around that. Of course, then with the oh god, this can be hard because if I'm multiplying the levels times their thing times whatever the base damage is of the stuff, there's a big difference in damage if you've only collected like half the stuff. Like, what's the level I'm planning on each boss dying at? This matters for like Patrick especially, right? Like, how many levels am I giving you before Patrick? Because I want Patrick to be, there's certain required levels, but I'm going to make the assumption that you got very few of the extra levels, if at all, I guess. I need to find a better method for the weapons because the initial damage is so high. Like, having a lower modifier is okay, but then the initial damage is a joke and you're going to be real sad for a bit. And again, there's a big issue where there's very few levels before Patrick. I guess I can give you as many as 7 before Patrick, with optional ones at the painting world and like the 2 optionals there, which you'll almost certainly get 1 automatically because as soon as you unlock a painting, I'll give you 1. So unless you're just too stupid to go over and pick it up off the ground, in which case, hey, you don't deserve it. You'll get that. So it'll be the Fool, the Magician, Empress, the level from that. And maybe Temperance, but Temperance is optional. The Temperance and then I guess 1 for saving it. Yeah, so 6 potential levels before Patrick. Well, what's a good number of hits to kill a boss? 20, 30, 40? I can't imagine, you know, more than like 40 or 50 hits is you would ever want to face against a boss. That's just forever, right? Is it? It seems like that's a lot. Because you're not just going to get to sit there and just wail on them or anything like that either. They're going to take a fair amount there. It's going to take a while. Right now, with base damage, Poppet kills Patrick has 600 health, and Poppet, you know, takes out each life bar about 4 hits. But the final 2 life bars have a much longer extended thingy, but she does like triple damage against those life bars if it's at the end of certain sections. There's like a time mechanic. But I mean, just the first 4 life bars is 16 hits. And then there's a big time extra thingy to make it take way longer against Patrick, even though you do triple damage. I'll have to be careful on the triple damage thing though too. Like, I'll have to change that up to where you do a different number than triple. Maybe just like double because of the huge numbers here. So maybe like 20 hits then? 24 hits? No, I only need 20 hits. Let's just make the assumption that it's 4 hits per life bar, right? Seem fair? Like, so life bar on average. Initially, if you get enough levels, you'll just rickroll Patrick, I imagine. Later ones, it won't be the case because the multiplier is less impactful each new level you've gotten, since it's just the base damage plus another, you know, 1x on it. So it's like The first time, double is incredible. But once you go from 9 to 10, it's not going to be like that big a deal, right? It does an extra 20 over, you know, it does like 200 versus the 180 isn't going to be a big difference. But when it goes from like, you know, 20 to 40, that's a big difference. I'll think about it. Anyway, I should drink a bunch of alcohol. We'll be right back. I guess I should give the enemies levels too, right? And then just magnify their stats based upon that so that I can assume that Poppet's a certain level in each room. Thus making rooms more dangerous than, you know, previously done, because I mean, now that I'm scaling everything, I guess I gotta worry about that sort of thing. Guess we'll add that in. There's no defense or attack stats, I guess but there could be. But I can also just multiply things by levels too. I can just keep it real simple. Higher level does more damage. Without making it, you know, some ridiculous curve. Is that going to be good? Maybe? Hear me out, maybe? That doesn't really much of a hear me out, is it? What are we setting up in character info? Puppet Master, level name, sure. I probably want to set up here. How do I have the stats set up in here? I haven't looked at this forever. Not in macros, if it's anywhere. They mostly just have those stats there. I can just multiply them all by the level. It's not like horrible. I should have put them all in like a stat thingy, but then I gotta go and change them all out for every other location. I don't know if I want to do that. It's kind of used a lot. There's a lot of options here. And not everything is really set up to use this exact same system either, but I guess I can try to base it off of that. It would be kind of nice to just have them all as a base stat option. And then I can just for each them and then add any new stats in later. But if I split it up, then I can just easily multiply each one by a specific multiplier and make it... But if the multiplier is just the level, then it's always going to be the same. So it's just, do I take every stat and multiply it by the levels? And that's probably easier. NPC stats. I didn't plan for this, so it was going to be much more collectathon-y. So the issue is going to be that it's going to be a little rougher around the edges, if you know what I'm saying, right? You know, like, yeah. Health max. We'll just default it to 100 just in case, I guess. It seems like a pretty high health max for them, but sure. Health. Are those all the stats? There's like damage and... Oh, health variance. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Variance. My brain didn't want to spell it. Sure. A lot of these things are old. But you can see there's so many different stats that are kind of everywhere that I don't know. I might be adding more in as I go. Because like healing amount, damage amount. Jesus, what a mess. Stun times. Conditions. There's a lot going on in here. As you can see, I haven't really bothered to sort anything ever. I'll write these numbers down real fast so I don't have to keep track of them when I bounce them to the other thing. Damage 5, default health is 20. Makes the max health 20. And health variance, there's no health variance, this is default, sure. We're finding damage. Just damage. I hate that it's just a singular word and then the word damage is used like a million times. I want that. What is this awful track? It's in like an hour long. Why? Why? You go away. You're terrible. Why would you want an hour-long track in your game? I mean, it's like the same loop. I'm being trolled here. But I hate it. So we're deleting that one from the world, because F that. And the same thingy here, there's a bunch of ones here, and there's like 3-minute versions. Why do you need this hour-long version of it? I think I'm just going to delete all these, honestly. I can't see any world I want an hour-long version of anything. Like, I think that's great and all. Kudos, buddy, but you're going to loop it anyway. And I couldn't have told you the difference between any 30-second combination of that thing I just listened to. In fact, I think it was the same 30 seconds over and over. Some of these tracks are cool. Some of these tracks are complete trash. Just depends on the day. Kind of like this one. I would forget using this game per se, but refactoring. Is this even used? Am I just laughing at this damage number because it does nothing? It's the only time it's actually used? Is that true? Delete it. Well, then where is it used at? Find all? Where the hell is it used? It's Hackcraft 2? Is this it? Get it over with if you want to do it. I'm gonna have to check for those anyway. Hopefully other people up to exciting things here. Man, the views on the YouTube video today have been nada. I mean, thanks to those that are watching, but man. 8 views on there. YouTube is not really my friend when it comes to traffic, if I can tell. It's pretty hard to get even any kind of audience on there. Though there were times when I had a bunch of people watching, but it just seems like they're just sleepers and YouTube just goes, hey, there's some guy here, and they just keep sending them. So I think you just have to stream every day if you want YouTube to like you. I can't stream every day. Not unless it was my only job, then I would. I mean, it's sadly not, but if it was, hear me out. Okay. Find... oh. Damage. Just attempt to delete it until it works. Why can't I delete it? Weird. Oh. It's not what I was thinking. Interesting, I guess, but not what I was thinking. $50? Oh. That's not what I was thinking. I only want instances involved with you. Just on here, not other places.
Its children must be using it. Since I was gonna look at the children and find all of them. Maybe swapping this out wasn't worth the time. Looking for anything that's an NPC. So the problem is the word damage really is just used a lot. What a terrible name. Too many attack damage or something.
Hit the chat. Oops.
I'm as popular on Kick as I am on YouTube right now. Hell yeah, Kick. Hell yeah. You guys are the goodies. I mean, I like YouTube too, but... numbers do not appear to be going up on old YouTube. Yes, I don't know. You can already tell the system was whack. Just out of whack entirely, it's just dumb. Okay. Well, you know, MC stats needs as a level.
Now what this is I don't think I can actually make a change to this. There is an expose on spawn. So if I want to adjust the numbers exposing on spawn, or I just have a base level that I can adjust and then it just adjusts all the other numbers, which I think is probably better. And I don't put it in NPC stats. I'm curious, like if I put the expose on spawn, I'll do this here. I want to see how this looks on the things. I don't actually know how it handles a map variable on expose on spawn, so we're about to find out. Maybe poorly. Maybe.
Okay, it's a problem.
I'm not spawning a specific type of actor.
I mean, I could cast a BP NPC and run that because this is always going to spawn those in, I guess. So technically, if an NPC is not spawned in, then it's not linked to anything. So it's pretty low link. Otherwise, it's pretty heavy of a thing. So that's so weird that it does it like that. I don't really like it particularly, but I'll do that totally. The way it does this, because of the little plugin I have, is kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. Well, I guess technically it doesn't have to do that. Oh, well, the meatball's going to be in some weird location no matter what, because it just has to loop around. Going directly in there just does exactly that. I mean, it's better than having a meatball there, I guess. Weird. I hate it. When I spawn in the NPCs, how did I have this set up? So I might have the ability already set up to spawn them in with various levels, like spawn puzzles, you know. This begs a question, like, I'm gonna have to have the this thing dictate, like on its encounter table, what level things are when they spawn. Is it the room that has a level, or is it enemies have individual levels in the room? Because the room having a level is easier by far. What does the encounter table look like? And NPCs is the only one that has extra information. I mean, I guess I could just add level to NPC thing and I could just spawn them all in exactly the same way. And not have, you know, individual ones for these, but instead just pull those out of there. It's not a bad idea. Construct encounter table. Oh, it's inside that. Let's instruct NPC and I just change out these ones here. I don't know what rare encounters are even gonna be a thing. I don't think they are. They could be. But if I wanted something to be rare, I could just as easily give it a low spawn percent, right? Like, it doesn't have to be on those other ones. It gives you, I guess, another option for something that doesn't have to be powerful and like that. I guess. Whatever the case, I guess I need levels in here too. Do I just do a stats option in here so I don't have to ever change it? Gives me the option to spawn in extra things here. I could have put all these in the same thing. Of course, if I put them as separate, then I don't have to do a bunch of extra searching for them every time either. Weird ambience crap. least it's only 3 minutes and 12 seconds long. I don't want an hour long of forest ambience. Some of these tracks, you know, they're not the best. Some of them are better than others. I'm just saying, you know, one thing leads to another. Do I want to introduce a level variance? So like I would have something to pull from there, so I could just have stats and then level variance like that. What other stats am I going to pull? I mean, am I going to have different numbers? Am I going to random their health too? I mean, I could technically do that. Random health and random damage. If I do that, then I would need basically a variance amount stat for every single one of the stats, and I would just roll against the variance to see what it is. But I have to put in variance for every one of these things. I have to put in all those stuff there. Do I want to do that? Really? Do I want to do that? Because there's going to be like 80 some odd enemies in the game. Bosses aren't going to have any variance on their, you know, stats. The enemies could, but then the question is, how much variance am I looking for? I guess it would make some enemies a lot more dangerous if they suddenly had a level on you. Dude, like the level difference in this game can be quite nasty. I don't think I need like non-whole numbers, right? I don't need fractional anything for this. Because I'm not going to vary it by fractions. I'm not going to vary their level by fractions. I'm not going to vary their damage by fractions. Some managers. Technically, stats should have been done this way every time. There's no reason to have a fraction portion. Oh, but then I gotta do it for all of them. I'm not sure I want to do that. It's gonna be such a pain. I guess some rooms will copy each other. Or instead of varying their stats like that, I could also just have a level variance for the room. How much am I really going to vary levels? I mean, like, really? It's going to be like plus minus 1, right? At most? In an area? It's not going to be like 5 less or anything crazy like that. Or 5 more, like just sudden super dangerous. Is it? If each NPC had those, I could be a lot more free with it and sometimes have super dangerous enemies. How am I going to do that? That's the question. I don't want to put all this crap in there and then not use it. A lot of planning today. A lot of today. Today's really a lot of planning. Like, I'll code things as I go, but... Well, these aren't even on the actual thing, right? The destruct encounter table, but it would actually be here. Out of curiosity, actually, I'm gonna make a new one just so I don't accidentally delete some information here. Can I do this? Can you have a float off of that? I could. Right now the system's kind of dumb. Because each of these things spawns in a little weird. So I might make the Puppet Master better right now, since this is basically reworking the entire progression system of the game. And just going, you know, and doing things that aren't going to be seen on top of things, but you're gonna feel them. Yes. That's why here it's weird that I have this spawn chance here. But what I think was I would actually just want to do this, like a for each one on these. Well, if I do a for each on those, the downside of that is, honestly, like, this is a dumb system. Because right now it's just rolling from a group and saying, hey, this percent chance this group's going to spawn. That's cool. And I was like, well, you know, if I set it where each one's got their own percent chance for each one, then when it rolls against it, it might just spawn all from this and never spawn the others. But I'm like, but why even have a powerful and rare and things like that when in reality it's going to affect each chance anyway? So you can just put them all in there and just give low chances for anything you don't want to spawn as often. So you don't need this ridiculous God knows what going on here. I mean, NPCs I do differently because I want to do other stuff with them, but I don't need this huge thing here. I could do an encounter NPCs thing. Yeah, you know what? This seems dumb. But I'm going to save the information from the other one there, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a new one here. The enemy spawn table. Maybe I keep this for spawning them like that, but actually to be fair, if that's the enemy spawn table, maybe it's just struct NPC. And then a float. Oh, you can't do that, huh? That's good to know. I can just do a level variance. I don't know if I need the other stat anyway. But this means I could just have this one giant monstrosity. And then from here, get keys. Just keys. I have the worst headache right now. Welcome to my world. It sucks. The pain pretty much shifts around at all times, and my life just sucks at all times. Never know where it's gonna be next. Sometimes it's like my legs, sometimes it's my head, sometimes it's an arm. Why? Oh. This should be a float. This should 100% be a float. It is a float. Oh. Values. I should probably just promote these, right? Well, I should promote the values. This already has a spawn array as an option. Perfect, perfect. So I just do this, dump this in here. And then get I want to keep that one. They're not in the future, but for now. Use keys. Spawn chance array get. Roll against this. If less than that, then spawn. Yeah, I'll just do that, and then I'm just gonna +1 out. Maybe the destroyables don't sit on the same number. Like maybe they have their own separate number. Might be more fun. Why do I need multiple tables? Oh. Each one can just be in the same thing. I don't need two. The destroyables just be in there as well, and just the percent chances will be in there, and each one has a percent chance of spawning, and the higher up on the table, the more likely it, the lower ones will less likely to spawn, because the other ones could spawn beforehand and thus eliminate the potential chance that any additional ones spawn. Sure. I guess we'll start with the safari room now. Oh, I hate that this is two separate things, so I can't do them at the same time. Oh, I can't do that way at all, huh? Awful. If I wanted a mini struct, I could sit there and have the percent chance it spawns and a level for it. Am I doing that? Really? I mean, it does mean that I can just make the levels harder, but I can also just take the base level of the thingy and do the same. The base room level.
Hmm. Well, by that standard, well, I can't use an array for struct NPC, right? Because it can't have those. Unless I'm just going to have an array of them. I could just do an array. Right? And right there I have it too. And then instruct NPC, I can give a % chance for it to fight too, or to encounter. Break it out of the struct and find it. I'm probably just gonna do level. Anything. Alright then. I'm gonna have it crash instead. What do you think of that? One sec while it reopens itself. If it opens itself, come on, buddy. That's an interesting track. Not sure I like it enough for the game, but maybe. So what's everyone up to? We wait for this reboot and I come up with lots of terrible ideas. Don't do whatever you're doing. Thank you. Structs are very dangerous to play with. They tend to break. Actually, let's do this one first. I think I'm just gonna have like a level and then spawn chance. I don't think I'm gonna put him inside anything extra. It'll just be so many extra layers of why bother, and I don't think I need the extra layers of why bother. Wow. Having some problems there, buddy? Don't change that thing. I'll try it again, and then I might have to do a different strategy if for some reason I cannot change that. Like make a new struct for some reason. This is going to be such a different game by the time I'm done with all the last couple days of just, you know, working behind the scenes on it. Sure. I'm just gonna close a bunch of this crap.
It needs like a minimum level, a max level. It'll be like min level. Actually, just NPC stats against min level, max level is probably better. Because the less I have to add to these, the better. Because every time you add to them, you can see what's happening here. It's stupid. Or I just have two things because I'm not going to add any other stats. I guess that's fair. That should have been integer. Right, you can have a map? I thought you couldn't. Hmm. I could have put a float on here. But the problem with that is there's no way to easily find them anyway. You don't really want that. You just want to those like structs. If you were gonna do that, you want to have like a, you know, it the other way around. I don't gain anything from that because I don't really need a specific one out of it. I'm checking against all of them. I have no need of any specific one. What we do is we save this. Let's restructure this again to be less stupid, I think. Because now I can do levels too, so. Okay, that was the thing that. Okay, I'm trying to move it to the side and it's moving in and out. What are you doing? Okay, you're just being weird. Fair enough. Sometimes Unreal Engine just does weird stuff. You get used to it after a while. We'll just set spawn chance here so I don't gotta drag things all over the place. And then it's just class to spawn right here. In this order, I guess. We just skip by this. So we don't care anymore. I can set up random levels in a sec. But I mean, for now, we'll just make the spawn chances, you know, just normal. I want to make sure that the code works before I get too crazy with tweaking numbers. Now I can put the powerful enemies in here too. Now I set the encounter chance on the powerful enemies at 8. So now they can have varied chances, but for now we're not gonna do that. I can also put the destroyables right here too. Just put them all in there. There's no need to have all this dumb crap. Rare encounter, none of that makes sense. Just it's fine. You don't really need this crap. Destroyables have a 15% chance of spawning. I guess it's a little less organized this way, but at the same time, there's way more options involved with them, and there's not that many encounters in each room. I mean, Jesus, really? There's 8? I don't think I'm that worried about organization when there's only 8 of them. Like maybe in the future, but hear me out. There's only 8. It's gonna clean this up a lot. Double check I not miss anyone chatting. Actually started earlier today, but I'm not sure if that was a great idea or not. I just wanted to work on the game. Started like 2 hours earlier than normal. Means I probably won't go as late as normal because, well, I really only like to stream about 8 hours in a day. Any more than that, I tend to get pretty stiff and feel like crap sitting here. More than usual. More than usual. This chair feels like an 8-hour chair. Whenever I sit 10 hours in it, I realize it's an 8-hour chair. I mean, there's a bunch of people watching. I'd be like, hell yeah, man. But if there's not that many watching, then, you know. I might just start streaming more often. Like, I might start streaming on the weekends too, but just stream, like, more of a variety. Maybe even speedrun on the weekend or something, just for something different. I can't do game dev, like, 7 days a week. My brain will fry. I think we can all agree that that's rough. I mean, I love game dev, I do, but... Or maybe I'll play people's games. I should have like a day of the week where I just say, hey, I'll play people's games. Test out your game. If there's even enough people who want their games played, that's true too. I think we can agree it doesn't work. Hear me out. It seems like it's crap. Which is interesting to me, to say the least. We're just going to input directly into this and skip the other. I don't even care about that. Alright, so where's the mess up? So random chances roll against that. That's correct. That random chance there versus spawn chance. That looks correct. Maybe it just didn't trigger because the chances were low and it just didn't do it. We did do the safari room, right? Yeah. Don't you have your own print string that's specialized for this because of how often I need it? Yeah. It's so weird that a soft ref can't actually have a name attached to it. Like, you think that it would just give you the name of the soft ref, but nope. Not how it works. Not how it works at all. It's possible my code is perfectly fine, by the way, and it just didn't happen to luck into a spawn. It's okay. Gotta hit play, but it's not. False. False. Guess I should have checked the number. It's rolling false every time, which is... seems unlikely to me that it's always rolling false. That's not right. Yeah, the spawn chance is lower. That should have worked, that should have worked, that should have worked. Why doesn't it? Well, of course it's gonna be lower, sure. Huh. Never mind, this number has to be lower than that, right? So the random chance here is this into 100. And then connect up the random chance here, and then roll it against this. No, that's right. It just seems like the spawn chance is really low, which is interesting because it was so much higher on the other, but maybe it was just rolling a shit ton, and in reality, it was just really low. Because sometimes nothing ever spawns, but I haven't seen anything spawn yet, which is interesting. Let's see if a number path gets below. Because, yeah, that's a thing. Go stand on the light and wait. See what happens. Oops, the wrong button. Hasn't rolled below yet. I'm just rolling high. Like the other encounter system must have been horrible for how it was like the odds of things that happen, because things happened all the time. Here, it rolls through each one once, and it has yet to get below the numbers. Which is weird that it can't get below the numbers, because it is rolling just... Oh. I'm such a goofball. Of course it can't get below the numbers. If the lowest number that it can roll is the spawn chance.
Dumbass.
It's like I took the light, you know, you know, light socket extender thing, you put one in the other one, just extension cord into another, you know, light socket thing. You just extension cord to extension cord. There we go. That's what we're thinking. Why it no work? That's dumb. That why. There we go. Now I have greater control over it. With percents on every one of them, way less complex of a code. The ability to, well, I haven't quite put the ability to have different levels on them, but that's a future plan. Job 1 was to clean this up so the option was even there. Job 2 is everything else. Okay, well, we know it works now. So what I do is go change out all the information on the other ones real quick, and then I will remove this extra crap I don't need, because it's just... Again, I didn't need all this. This is nutty. I want the NPC one different because I want to spawn everything in the NPC table. Probably. I could also just mark 100% on them, but I don't really want to spawn other things in the table. I just want to spawn that. Now I can eliminate everything besides this. And the number. Isn't that exciting? Nothing even spawns on this one. That one you just can ignore. I like how in like 2 days you can restructure like your whole game because blueprints are so fast to do things, and you can spend like 90% of the time talking to, okay, maybe like 50% of the time, but still. And then people foolishly type out code. What to tell you? I guess you just hate your time. I mean, to be fair, as a streamer and a game dev, I clearly hate my time too, but hear me out. I could hate it worse. I mean, I don't hate doing game dev, but clearly I don't value my time. I should probably put it that way. People don't be valuing their time at all. Nah, man, nah. If I'd been smart, I would have just been an investor. I'm kind of stupid. Could have had the real monies. He's like using the same things. This will take some time. Yeah, I don't know why I needed all these different things. I guess I just was... I don't know. I have no good reason for any of what I just did. As far as, not having done this in the first place. Self-hatred, I suppose, would be about the most likely. I wanted it to be hard for some reason. I have no logical reason for having done this, just I want it to be hard. I need like 5 thingies here because I'm not getting rid of the NPCs. It's cool as I don't have to switch to various, you know, arrays that are into change their percents now. Now each one has their own individuals, so I just get to here, flip a number, and move the hell on. Kinda nice. Kinda nice. A lot of rooms in the game, though. Sure don't want to do this ever again. But to be fair, as soon as I got rid of all this crap, I was going to have to do it when I made it all one map. Like, I was going to have to do a bunch of changes. Like, but at least doing it this way means I won't have to try to remember things. I already did the Safari room. Hell yeah. I mean, sometimes you just do it. Need to... just 4. The best part is the next game I make is going to just be able to recycle the hell out of all these systems. And it most certainly will. Like, I don't know why I would ever make a different genre of game at that point. When I have a whole system just ready to go. Used to say I can't make the next game based on the tarot too. Right. Yeah. I don't know if I'm doing that, but yeah. I mean, sure. Why not? Could think of worse things to do than save untold months of coding.
in design. So just going, yep, it's all done. There's only... Yeah, there's a lot of rooms. I also recycle the same enemies a lot, so I'm gonna want to go through and change that up too, I'm sure. Left hand is the one that is numb. So my right hand earlier, and my head hurts. Between the two of them, it's like it's just going in circles. I mean, sometimes it just be like that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. I wish I could delete the previous ones there to have like a sense of accomplishment as I do this. But unfortunately, all I can do is delete out the other crap in here, and that doesn't actually remove the numbers from here, so I still have all the rest to do, and there's just not much I can do about it. I still have like 5, 10, 14 rooms to go. Yeah. Some rooms I don't think I did anything on. I don't think the campsite even has anything in it. It does. Of course it does. Two of those. There's only one to show. There's only 3 in this one. This is going to take some serious testing to see what's actually fun for people. No messages missed? Okay. Actually, only one enemy that spawns in here. Not every room is ginormous. Patches room doesn't even have spawns. And that is the Hall of Records. Storage room doesn't have any of merit. Library, on the other hand, it's like 1,000,000 destroyables for some bizarre reason. Alright, 7 it is. At least I got to jump ahead a bunch, you know? It's kind of nice. Like, I don't hate that. Voodoo doll. And the Stitch voodoos. This is where it starts to feel more and more like an actual game. It's like something that's all half-assed. I mean, it's getting there, but you know.
It didn't have the quality for certain. Pretending otherwise is adorable. But silly. I wonder why so many destroyables in this room. Just for fun, I guess. Not hard to add them. You just +1 on these things. Also get to add another extra one there because there's 8 of these things. 5 of these things, but 8 total. Between the enemies and the destroyables. Destroyable. Yes. Do 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 do. So that one there. Onward to the music room. Does the music room just use the same crap? Maybe. It has powerful enemies, but it has the same destroyables. Hear me out. Let's just copy pasta this thing and then change out 2 of them. Just the powerful enemies. They have like a 15% chance to spawn. Well, that one does. They probably both do. I really didn't have a... Of course they both do, because they spawn from the same thing. Same pool. I should save a fortune in time. The playroom doesn't even have enemies, so that's notable too. Yeah, so we could just skip the playroom. Staff only does. I think I just copy pasted a bunch of crap from there. Yeah, I pretty much just did. So let's just drop it on the table and move on. Bed Toys room doesn't even have enemies. Charlotte's bedroom currently doesn't have any either. The washroom currently has nothing as well. The city has this ridiculous monstrosity of who knows what. I already have the exact copy thing there. Okay, that's good. And they're already at 15%, 40%. Yeah, whatever. Close enough. And the campsite has everything from the safari room, I think. I'm just gonna copy the safari room. Pretty certain it's like identical. And if it isn't, who cares? It's close enough for now. I mean, they're right on top of each other, so. I think the percent chances, oh, they're the same. It's the same. Who cares? Fantastic. That's all those. I don't even have traps in the game. I don't understand why those are even there. If I want to add them, I can, but I don't plan to. And I don't need this enemy spawn table, so it's really just this is what I'm going to use. Like, way easier than the other setup by far. Weird that that's the condition. That's just written kind of poorly. There's something in here that prevents me from just having that, right? Wait, it failed? Why? There's a delay in there, duh. So this really leads to the best organization method I've found, where you just put everything related to something in a little macro. Then put a big old comment around it so you know what's in that. And then you don't have to have illegible code everywhere. Kind of like I have here where, well, it's just a macro to get the encounter checked, so I guess I don't have that same code, but if it's only one function, it just does its own thing, then it's not a big deal, I guess. But also, I can't really put the event inside of a macro. Not how it works. But still. It's a little cleaner. Kinda. I don't think it's less clean. How dare you insinuate otherwise? Yep, the next game I make will be disgustingly simple by comparison to make. I still have to make all the content, which still takes the lion's share of time, but if this follows a similar gameplay loop, I mean, I won't have to make all the movement systems, all the flying systems, it's a encounter system. I'll have to make new abilities for the characters, sure, but you know, there'll be things I could recycle. I think the game will come out of the gates like 20 to 30% done. Whereas this game came out of the gates at 0% done. So hey, you know, if I got to jump that far ahead. A lot of time got wasted on just things that didn't even make it, though, just trying to figure out a gameplay loop and everything, so it's not like I worked on it as hard as I could have at any given time. This max is something that should probably just be inside of a macro or something. It has 48 loops that can't be inside of a macro. You know, I can. There's I think it was timelines can't be in a macro. I don't know, something was weird. Do I want to graph this for some reason? Anyway. I always put in a graph and call it square. The other one was white. You want me to move that, buddy? Okay, thanks. I could have macroed it, it would have been fine.
Melissa can't act. And remove. Once I figured out that this was a good way to organize, it just changed everything. Let me go check. And I'll probably just leave as it is. Interface this. Right now it's just gonna be level. But if I wish to add more information later. Do I want to display the level somewhere? Maybe I do. I think I'm just going to keep them split apart. Trying to run them into that stats thing seems like a lot of effort. Even though the organization would be nice in the long run. There's so many enemies already, I don't know how much I want to do that. Plus they all have their own different little bullshit that they have to deal with, so it's kind of an unnecessary.
I don't know why this is here. I haven't used it in quite a while though, so it's probably not that valuable. It'd be nice if I could just spawn them in with those things like that, but I can't really do that without directly casting. It's exposed on spawn will only do that if I begin play as right there. The level will have a default of 1. The thing is if I put them all in one stat thing, I can easily grab it. That's the big difference. It's a big pain to grab all the stats otherwise. You got to keep yanking them from everywhere. Just the worst thing ever. But every time I make a change, I got to change all the enemies. So if I'm going to do it, I better do it now before I get too much farther down the road and have to change them all again. Which is a pretty bad. Now I have to display the creation thing. It's not good to do player stats. Oh, I'll get NPC stats. It's just in the future I'm not going to have to look for all of them, and I want to be able to hand it around, so I should just do it. I can apply it all first and then just multiply the end result by level, right? And that's about the same as if I did it the other way, where it's if I do the variance first and then multiply the health and the other thing by level, like. Right, because I say like I did 1 to 5. Which means, you know, well actually the variance is -5 to 5. So let's say they had like 10 max health, or either have like 5 to 15 health at that point, right? And if I multiplied that beforehand, it's still going to be the same either way, right? Because, you know, if I do 2 times each one there, then, you know, 20 health for where the chance of being 10 to 30, yeah, it's the same. So I might as well just multiply by the end result of the level. Oh, I gotta find all these two. Things I wish I'd done initially but didn't do. It happens. I mean, technically I could put level in there too. The reason why I didn't though was, actually I don't even know this reason. I think it's just because of integer, but I could have made it a float. 8-hour chair is feeling like an 8-hour chair, all right. I'm 7 hours and 30 minutes into the stream though, so it's not like I'm almost at the 8-hour, right? Well, I had to do this. You know, if I just hand over NPC stats instead, I could actually expand it later to have other options for the enemies. Am I going to do that though? Once again, that's the big question, because health variance is already figured out here on the enemies, so all I'm really doing is affecting their level. I think I don't want to do any extra. I think I just want to leave it as it is. Any extra just leads to complications that, like, I could code it in, but am I going to use it? Like, really? I don't know, maybe. That YouTube stream is doing terrible today. Only 14 people even watched. 14 people looked at it today. Having a hard time getting viewership on that platform. To be fair, it is game dev. It's obviously not the most exciting sometimes, unless you already know how unless you understand game dev or you're game dev yourself. I mean, then it's not so bad. But otherwise, it seems like it's kind of rough on people to be that interested in it. But they're watching a Kick, so it's the same number. Hell yeah. Kick doesn't tell you how many people showed up and checked out the stream. I don't think it does anyway. It's real bare bones in the back end there. It doesn't have a lot of much of anything. But to be fair, half the thing, or actually 99% of the things in the back end of Twitch are unnecessary. Yeah, the only stat I really want to hand is that one. I was just thinking about, it's like, is there really no other stat I want to hand? I mean, I don't think so. Well, let's get rid of these print strings. Though to be fair, of like the 3 days that I was just doing those view things like that, I think I combined for one day I had something like 4,000 views on something, which is not bad, you know? I mean, the only time I'm gonna get wish lists is by doing something along those lines. I mean, I think the stream between all the things there has probably had, I don't know, maybe 120 people watch it. Which is not like nothing. That's cool. It's great. I mean, I love letting people like that, but I don't think that's getting me to the 10,000 wish lists I need alone. I think I'm gonna have to tell everyone. Also, I gotta replace my earbuds anyway. They're all like, battery low, battery low. Yeah. It's just the same thing here. I do need an indicator on them to show their level. Man, what a mess this is. Be what it be. On the roll, yes. I gotta add those in for everyone. Um, ranch. Greater than 0 else. Set 1. Just to avoid that little problem. Gotta put it on spawned in. That's true. Maybe I do. That's actually not a bad idea. I'm already calling it. So if I'm already calling it, I might as well just do this. No, you're using the goal active system. That's okay. No, I just want this out, then I need to multiply it by that amount. That was the issue. You need a gate. Gate int. I don't want to do that. It should just be -1. That should be a legal thing to do. Yeah, it should be that because it's either going to be one below or one above. Oh, wait, no. Like that. Now it's happy with that, a multiplication of that. Maybe I just copied the node and it just had weird properties. Happens. Weird track. No, it's only 30 seconds long. Never mind, I don't care. How am I supposed to do a 30-second long track, huh? Worthless. I should just go through and sort everything in this thing by duration, and anything under a minute, just delete it. It's not going to use a track in the game that's 30 seconds long or even under a minute long. I'm going to loop it, but I want it to be probably closer to 2 minutes at the very minimum. I could be nicer if it was longer, but hear me out. I'll accept like 2 minutes. Um, open the Visual Studio, what the hell? Disgusting. Nobody wants to look at code, you freaking weirdos. Typed out code, disgusting. Gross. Icky. Usually they have the option to edit the widget. Widget helper. Okay, okay. Weird. But hear me out. Fair enough. It's the old health bar. Also, what a disgusting color for you. Why? It should be red. Didn't realize it was orange all this time. How do I set this dumb thing up? I'm just calling it from NPC every time, right? Sure.
what am I doing? I don't need that.
When in doubt, just get the little orb. And color the orb as you see fit. That's a little weird, for sure. All I actually want is the appearance. Seems a little big. Also, this orb might just be a little small too, for that matter. Until this is a very old thing, because I would not have made it this way, but I've already got it, so screw it. Just leave it visible the whole time for me. For this to work, I have to actually change the levels in there. On the spawn array, encounter array. Encounter table, there we go. There were words, I couldn't figure them out. Wait, why did I do it the way I did it? It'd just be a random int between the two. It's not a variance at all. It's just a random thing between the two. Sure, we'll just 2 to 4 these ones in this room, I guess. Sure. That was 2 to 4 more, whatever. Doesn't do anything yet, but I just want to see it do something interesting. Be like 3 to 5 on the powerful enemies. Why not? The pots don't gain levels, so who cares? Okay, let's redo this because it's dumb. It literally just needs to be this. This condition makes no sense anymore. Because it's always going to just work. Actually, no. What this does is if I don't put a number in, it still works. So I'm gonna keep it. Until I put in numbers for everything. Seems more logical than not. What part of me doesn't hurt these days? Big question. It says 1, that's not an acceptable number. Still 1. Still 1. This is not greater than 0, huh? What is happening? That's the question. All right, explain yourself.
Whoa. Huh. Yeah, that was a fun little crash. Whatever's going on there was not good. Not good at all. It's okay. I'm probably not going to go much longer anyway. My 8 hours and then just stream more often, probably. I think that's kind of what I want to do. Try to keep the streams not 10 to 12 hours like I was doing, because it's just too much. Who's even streaming right now? Maybe we'll read out or something. Now people are showing up. Only I was healthier. I want to solve this problem though. Kind of feels like being a game dev makes you less healthy though, so it's kind of one of those catch-22s, you know? Watch it break again. I don't know why it's not pulling the information though, it should. It's like it does all zeros when it's good to go there, but otherwise these numbers, like it's just 0, 0, 0, and it's like, okay. There's delays here though, that's a problem. I think that it's every time it hits one of these delays, then it doesn't have the information that's correct anymore. And the end ones say 0. Because they're 2 destroyables and they don't have levels. But because it's ran through all these, because every time it's a delay, it just goes on to the next one while it waits.
Back 1 because this starts at 1 and this does not start at 1 to find the first one in there. And from here we break it. This way instead, and then from here we're just going to pull these levels. We'll do it this way. The direction. That's like that. Let's branch it. So, actually, I'm gonna do less things. It's more logical for me that way. As long as it's less than that. Do this. At any point it's not, reset it. That's this, and then once this is working, I think I'm gonna fold it for the day. Let's be back tomorrow, assuming my health isn't trash. Often is. Lately, it's just a lot of pain, which I guess is good because numbness and tingling was like the worst phases of it, supposedly. I guess technically, whenever you have like pinched nerves or whatever when happened, it's supposed to get better, like from numbness to tingling to pain, and then you're supposed to be better. So I guess pain all the time is actually a good thing. Question mark? Is it? Couldn't see the number. Still 1, huh? Mm-hmm. Where's everyone? It never reset itself, huh? I programmed it wrong. I get the feeling all this is not what I care about right now. It needs to work first, and we'll worry about that crap in a second. I often botch this by a slight bit by having one of the numbers like one off. So the loop never ends. It's kind of my go-to stupid thing to do. And my finger is all numb. Annoying. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually better or worse. Hoping better. Hoping better. Lately, the last few days felt like worse. This game dev is not healthy for me. That wouldn't be surprising. It can fail is the problem. So at every point where it can fail, it needs to be able to move on. It's set to here, so that's always gonna be fine. Yeah, so I don't need to reset it to 0. I think it was actually working just fine. No idea why the levels are working necessarily, but still a 1, huh? Things like reflecting. No, that one says 2 on it. I don't know why the health bar's not working correctly, but looks like that's working. Tonight I just need to make it so it updates their stats, but I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm not feeling it right now anyway. Still, it works. Now. I'm gonna remove all these print strings because if I don't, I might forget, and then I'll have to remember where they're at, and that is annoying. Connect that so I don't hate myself later. Alright. I'm gonna call it for the night. I think I've had enough fun. Also, my hands are numb, so it's annoying and making it hard to do things. That's just my life these days. So anyway, I'm back tomorrow. Probably 6 to 8 hours earlier than this. You know, whenever. I normally start 6 hours earlier than this, but I started 8 hours earlier than this normally. So yeah, if you like what you saw, the game's called Poppet Quest, you know. Wish listed on Steam, the link's in the thing. If you want to join the Discord or something. You know. Follow. Subscribe, whatever thing you're on. And if not, you know, thanks for watching just the same. I will catch everyone later, and I'll probably raid out with the Twitch people, so if they hang around. So bye bye people on YouTube and Kick. I will see you tomorrow.